Not used to fields of nothing, empty plain. A highway memorial to fill up some space. And maybe the moon's only pretty 'cause it's far away. And she only wants me 'cause I'm keeping his place. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. Maybe I can find meaning if I look hard enough. The reason you're here is the cause of your tears, and a check every month. Cut the loss. Cut the loss. Just you watch. I'm better than this. Just you watch. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. Yeah. It's all the same. It's all the same. Skip this bit. It's not the lack of your judgment that makes you a kid. It's the lack of your substance that keeps you locked in. Oh, and keeps them talking. Find out a way to spend your whole life holding hand with empty faces that you'll never see again. Search out a way Try to think them away, but nothing could keep them at bay. In the time I fight, they come right back. Yeah, seems nothing would stop them or last. You can look back, you can choose it, accept it all. Try to feel it, don't try to fool it. You can do it, accept it all. Your fear is bound to fall. Your fate is bound to love. Grilled peaches with a little bit of char. Scoop of vanilla didn't make it quite far. Before the juice starts dripping on down, it reaches my elbows and kisses the ground. Just like a dookie, I'm running all day. Off the cave, I got too much to say. Oh my God, it happened again. Wound up, I thought I lost me again. Why don't you go visit the summertime, 'cause it miss you. Don't throw those freckles in the water.
Good evening and welcome. I'll call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Today is the 17th of December. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Assemblymember Myers.
Here.
Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Littlefield.
Here.
Assemblymember Rivera. Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
It's my understanding Assemblymember Constant is excused.
He is.
Vice Chair Zalatil.
Here.
Assemblymember Bronga.
Here.
Assemblymember Volland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley.
Here.
Assemblymember Solt.
Here.
Assemblymember Perez Verdia.
Here.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Thank you. And Youth Representative Bookman.
Here.
Madam Vice Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, Mr. Martinez, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next on the agenda is minutes of previous meetings. We have none. Madam Mayor, would you like to give a report?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, everyone. I am honored to be here tonight with all of you to do the work of the municipality. First, I want to offer heartfelt condolences to the family, loved ones, friends, and co-workers of Lauren Cameron, who passed away last week. Lauren worked at the Health Department in the Women, Infants, Children Division as the WIC Supportive Supervisors Services. She will be greatly missed. This is the last regular assembly meeting of the year and a good opportunity to take stock of priorities and work to date. The administration's top priorities, which I understand to be the Assembly's priorities as well, are public safety, more housing, and fewer people sleeping outside. When it comes to homelessness, we're focused on first, making sure there are options for people to keep out of the cold in winter, and second, preventing the same exodus from winter shelter and the development of large camps that we've seen in spring and summer months in the past. Our winter strategy includes shelter beds, warming centers, housing, and connecting people to beds focused on treatment, physical and behavioral health. We're also focused on public safety and clean public spaces. Since the beginning of this year, the Parks and Rec Department has cleaned 1.2 million pounds of trash from public spaces this year. Looking ahead to 2025, we have a short-term goal to house 500 people. And to serve the long term, we've developed a housing strategy we're calling 10,000 homes in 10 years, which is just what it sounds like, a municipal plan to bring our community more housing. And I appreciate the Assembly's action in this area as well, and the feedback from all of you as we work together in building out our plan. I look forward to working together to solve problems like this one. When it comes to public safety, we've got big goals ranging from restaffing APD to aligning our crisis response services to making our roads and sidewalks safer to navigate, from encouraging use of crosswalks to clearing snow from our streets. It's expected to get cold later this week, and warming shelters are important for keeping people safe. There will be 2 contracts for warming centers before the Assembly at a special meeting on Thursday. Thanks in advance to members for your consideration of these contracts. We got some unexpected news on the port yesterday. On Monday, the United States Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit issued a decision in Anchorage versus United States. The appeals court vacated a trial court's 2021 decision in favor of the municipality of Anchorage, including the $367 million in damages awarded to the municipality. This is a disappointment, and we are continuing to consider appropriate next steps. Municipal Manager Becky McPherson will brief members this week. As we head into the final stretch of the year, I want to wish our entire community a safe, healthy, and happy holiday season. And to our municipal employees in particular, thank you for the everyday work you do to keep the municipality running. We could not do any of this without you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now is time for the chair's report. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular business meeting. Chair Constant is out of town this evening, and I am chairing the meeting tonight, and Member Brawley will serve as vice chair. As the mayor mentioned, this week we were saddened to hear of the loss of one of our own, Anchorage Health Department employee Lauren Cameron. She was well respected for her leadership in the Women's Infants and Children program and will be greatly missed by all who knew her and benefited from her work. My condolences to her partner, family, and colleagues. This is a very difficult time for you, and my heart goes out to you. Now turning to the business of the meeting, tonight we are taking up through introduction, legislation around Project Anchorage sales tax. Since this is a complex issue with many moving parts, I want to share some procedural information so members of the audience can better follow along. First, I recommend visiting the Assembly's Project Anchorage page at muni.org/Project Anchorage for project history and documents. For background, AO 2024-105, an ordinance proposing a sales tax, was first introduced in October by members Solt and Rivera, and a draft substitute or S version of that ordinance was shared by the sponsors at a work session on December 6th. I highly recommend that everyone watch the recordings of the 2 work sessions held on the Project Anchorage sales tax on December 6th, as they provide some important background and discussion points. Those work sessions, the sponsors have finalized their S version, and several other members have put forward alternate S versions. So there is now 1 original version and 5 S versions of 2024-105 that are on the agenda for tonight. As we move forward, it is conceivable that other S versions are introduced, and it is very likely changes will be made to the existing S versions. To keep up with the changes, we'll give the S versions a new name. For instance, if a change is made to S1, you will see it become AO 2024-105 S1A. I know, there's a lot of versions. So really check out that website. We understand that this may make it difficult for the public to follow along, so Legislative Services staff will keep muni.org Project Anchorage up to date with the different versions and sponsors' statements to track the changes. Additionally, if you have already provided testimony on the original version, you'll be allowed to testify again as long as you keep your comments limited to the changes in the new versions. The next public hearing is set for January 7th. I ask for your patience and understanding with the complexity of this process. It is a very consequential piece of legislation for our community with long-lasting effects, and Assembly members are taking very seriously their role to hear public input and incorporate that feedback into the legislation. Moving beyond Project Anchorage, I wanted to highlight the Assembly's energy retreat that was held a few weeks ago. The Assembly heard from an incredible range of experts on energy and infrastructure, including many talented municipal employees. The day was eye-opening and inspiring, and certainly gave everyone in the room plenty of ideas for actions we can take to prepare the municipality for the looming Cook Inlet gas shortage. If you missed the retreat, the video recordings and meeting materials can be found on the Assembly's website under the new items. I'd like to thank Legislative Services for putting on such a great event. Since tonight is the last meeting of the year, I wanted to reflect a bit on the Assembly's work in 2024. We move at such a fast pace. There's always something new demanding our attention. We don't always take time to consider our accomplishments and see how our actions at each of our 24 regular meetings of the year add up to something bigger. This year, we saw some major advances in each of the Assembly's 5 priority areas. In housing action, we passed a slate of legislation aimed at cutting red tape to make it easier to build housing, And we also directed funding to reduce hurdles to rehab old buildings and reclaim abandoned buildings for housing. In supporting the municipal workforce, we funded and supported the delivery of an annual employee survey, hopefully the first of many to come, and funded $280,000 in new programs that benefit municipal employees and increase retention. For port modernization, we determined the design concepts for both cargo terminals and developed a funding pathway for Terminal 1 construction by approving a tariff surcharge increase to supplement the municipality's $500 million grants funding to date. In our fully functional municipal services priority, we enhanced the security and efficiency of ballot return process with our Title 28 election updates and funded the first year of an online bidding system for MOA contractors. Finally, in our public health, safety, and quality of life priority, we saw achievement of a longtime assembly goal when we made the mobile crisis team permanent in code and got 24/7 funding for operations. We also made progress on developing options to restore the Eklutna River, including a landmark joint action with the native village of Eklutna that went straight to the governor's office. Out of everything we've accomplished this year, our work with MVE brings me the most pride. The Assembly is in process of developing a full list of our 2024 accomplishments and setting our 2025 priorities. That work will take place at our January Rules Committee meeting, and a 2025 work plan should be on the agenda for approval next February. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't celebrating the Assembly's accomplishments without acknowledging all the people who contribute toward achieving these goals. From department directors who brief us at committee meetings and work sessions, to municipal staff who help us research and create legislation and budgets, to community partners who bring us new ideas, innovative solutions, and members of the public who hold us accountable by attending our meetings and sharing your unique perspectives and testimony and emails. You are all critical to the Assembly's work. We also owe a big thanks to the mayor and her team. It has been refreshing to have you rejoin the municipal team, Madam Mayor, and I thank you for your vision and leadership in advancing our shared goals. Behind the scenes, we have so many municipal employees who keep the city running, keep us safe, and improve our quality of life through service to our community. Thank you. Last but not least, I have to thank the Assembly's staff team, the Municipal Clerk's Office, Assembly Council, Legislative Services, and the Ombudsman's Office. You all make us look good. I hope everyone enjoys this holiday break between Assembly meetings after the special meeting notice for Thursday, late breaking, and I look forward to a productive and collaborative 2025. All right, we have a full agenda tonight, and I will do my best to move us along so that we can conclude at a reasonable hour if possible. This is a business meeting, and we are here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers, refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please keep the aisle clear except for when lined up to testify. Please also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with members, hand it to the clerk for distribution. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so that I may roll on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules does not occur, then I may pause the meeting, and if there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you are here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the municipality in which you reside. Please stay on topic. It is helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. You will have 3 minutes, and community council representatives have 5. Assembly members typically do not answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion of public testimony after the public's time to speak. All right, with that, we will now turn to committee reports. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I should have a committee report, and I did not prepare one, given that Member Martinez was out of town, so we'll pass for now.
Okay, let me know if you want me to come back to you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee will be held on Thursday, January 9th. It'll be Happy New Year meeting, and that will be held at 9 a.m. at the Permit Center. And on the agenda items for that meeting will continue discussion of the expansion of tax incentives for housing across Anchorage and the development of the transit supportive development corridors. Additionally, Chair, I'd like to just give a pause for a shout out to, as the liaison to the Chamber of Commerce, a shout out to Kathleen McCardle and the board and staff of the Anchorage Chamber for all the work that they did. This was a really good year, Chair. They have 761 members and they increased their membership by 122 businesses. Shout out to their work with the Athena Society, supporting and recognizing women leaders in business and industry. Shout out to the Young Professionals Group. I see one of my champions here, Jen Motika, who has moved on from that group, but who really put that on the map in my view. Shout out to the Gold Pan Awards and their salute to all the small businesses and the small business champions in our community. And also, they're going to be picking up a little National Civics Bee this year for 6th and 7th graders, so be on the lookout for a National Civics Bee for the Chamber of Commerce. And last, but of course not least, most of us have participated in a Roll Up the Sleeves Day, the citywide cleanup with the Chamber of Commerce. And last year, they collected a whole lot of garbage, a whole lot of trash. Look forward again this year. And for more information, visit their website. Thank you to the Chamber and for all of their work they do in the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Littlefield?
Thank you, Chair. The AMAT's Technical Advisory Committee met on December 5th and moved forward several items to the AMAT's Policy Committee. Items that the Policy Committee will be discussing is the AMAT's Title VI plan, a current rewrite of the 2012 plan that will comprise of a public participating starting soon and go through early 2025. The AMATs will also be conducting a household travel survey. This survey should comprise about 1% of the populace, about 1,400 people. The process is a random selection of the USPS addresses in the region and will begin with a mailer being sent out to potential applicants and then continue with an online smartphone app. Those participating will receive a $10 or $30 stipend, so to speak, depending on the number of occupants in the house. The benefits of this survey will gather how people travel in and out of the AMATS area, how the families travel, how daily travel, and how the modes of transportation are used. The TAC also moved the support for the Central Region's DOT and PF Fiscal Year 2025 Highway Safety Improvement Program projects nominations. The 9 projects are the Seward Highway Safety Corridor, variable speed limit from milepost 90 to 118, the Mountain View Road improvement from Shoddy Street to Davis Park, Muldoon Road improvements from Tacotnu Mall to DeBar Road, Northern Lights Road Diet from Lois Drive to Lake Otis Parkway, Inger and Gamble Street Road Diets from Fireweed to 3rd Avenue, A Street improvements from Fireweed to 9th, Turpin Interchange removal, and a boundary raised crosswalk at Oklahoma Street. Lastly, another presentation was given on regards to the protected bike lanes and their findings of the past 2 seasons. And they are in the full process of finding a full report of their results, and to date, the findings can be found at anchoragepbl.com. The AMAT's Policy Committee will meet December 19th at City Hall. The meetings will be done virtually through Teams and in person at the Mayor's Conference Room, the 8th floor from 1 to 3 p.m. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to everyone who came to the AML annual conference last week. We had a great showing from both the administration and the assembly, and it was a great gathering held by all. Tomorrow, there will be a meeting of the Quality Municipal Services and Ethics and Elections Committee from 1 to 2 p.m. at City Hall, room 155. We're going to be focusing on the library, reviewing agreements on the downtown library and with the Anchorage Library Foundation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The next meeting of the Infrastructure, Enterprise, and Utility Oversight Committee will be this Thursday, December 19th at 11 a.m. at City Hall, Conference Room 155. We have 2 topics on the agenda. The first will be a presentation from Solid Waste Services on their Waste to Energy program. And then the second topic will be on the Port of Alaska modernization project. The mayor previewed a briefing relating to the recent ruling regarding the MARAD settlement, and this is where that briefing will be taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Brawley?
Thank you. Just a couple reports. First, from the Budget and Finance Committee, no additional report as far as this year. The committee's work is done for 2024. Our next meeting will be Thursday, January 16th, 2025 at noon in City Hall, room 155. For Legislative Committee, we held a very successful legislative lunch on Monday, December 9th, co-hosted with the Mayor's Office. We had several members who are re-elected or incoming members to our Anchorage delegation of the state legislature who attended, and they hopefully got some good information as well as an initial look at our legislative program, which was approved by this body on the 3rd, our last regular meeting. Other things of note, the governor released his budget for FY26 on Thursday, December 12th. Others are parsing through what that means, but we will be looking at that for the municipality in the coming year. And legislative session will start down in Juneau on Tuesday, January 21st, the same day as one of our meetings. And then the committee itself is working to schedule meetings starting late January 2025, so we will announce those times at our January 7th assembly meeting and just look for those on the calendar. And I believe that's all my reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barley. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Bronga?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to call out the Light of the World giving machine, which has been installed in Diamond Center. It's a way to give targeted giving to 6 local nonprofits, and they have 2 of the vending machines. It's taken 5 years to get one in Alaska, and it was pretty exciting to see in action, so check it out. It's been in 107 cities and 13 countries this year, and last year it brought $10.4 million to nonprofits. I also attended the Visit Anchorage volunteer luncheon and heard about the 700 member businesses that help to sell Anchorage, including 500 small local businesses and an army of volunteers. It was exciting to be able to call out one of Member Martinez and I's constituents, Mary Pingleberry. She has been volunteering and working for Visit Anchorage and Alaska Tourism for 50 years, and Senator Wielechowski gave her a special recognition for that work. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Bronga. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have been or will be covered. I did want to mention that those that are here for AO 2024-125, which is regarding moving elections to November, our plan is to hear public testimony and then postpone to the meeting of January 7th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Chair. 2 reports. The Assembly Public Health and Safety Committee would normally meet on January 1st, but because it's the new year, we're going to cancel that meeting and pick that up in February. Also, tomorrow is the meeting of the Assembly Housing and Homeless Committee. It'll be at noon to 1:30 in room 155. It's a pretty extensive agenda, including a report on warming locations, a report on shelter operations, information about a community convening toolkit around homelessness. There is going to be a report on the developing mayor's public safety strategy, also a report on the HOPE team convening, and we're really looking forward to a report by Member Bronga about her trip to Albuquerque and Austin and some of the things that she learned there. So if you have a chance, please come or tune in over the phone. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Next, we would typically turn to the addendum on the agenda and our late on the table items, but there are a lot of late on the table items tonight, so if there's no objection by the body, I would like to give our clerk staff just a little bit more time and turn to appearance requests. Is that okay? All right. So I would like to welcome up Anchorage Skates for an appearance request, please. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, Assembly, Madam Mayor, that's nice to say. I'm Tim Potter with Anchorage Skates, and this is Jim Rankert, a board member with Anchorage Skates, and Chuck Gilbert with the Alaska Speed Skating Club. Annually, for I think this is the 15th year, we have presented a $10,000 check to the municipality to help offset the cost of setting the ice and maintaining the ice at the Cuddy Family Park Speed Skating Oval, which is an Olympic regulation-sized speed skating oval, the 6th in the United States. So we, as a northern city, do have a facility that can be utilized, and it is heavily used. It could be more heavily used with the development of a warming facility and year-round facility with restrooms and that. So that's the item that we're also collecting money for, going for grants, federally, state, local, private contributions, which have been doing fairly well. But the costs of development keep going up. So we're trying to catch up. Are you going to pass out any pins?
Yes.
Okay. Chuck will pass out pins. They are our annual...
You just grab those to the clerk here. Thank you.
They are our annual pins that we sell. The Speed Skating Club sells to raise money and helps contribute to Anchorage Gates check. And Jim, would you like to have the mayor come down?
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
let's have Mike Braniff come down too. Parks and Rec Director.
So, Madam Mayor, Mr. Braniff, they're asking if you will come and take their money.
Would you like to take our money? Please.
And perhaps Mr. Falsey is right there for the handoff
Yes,
as our Chief Administrative Officer.
Come on down. And since this is your last meeting of the year other than Thursday, I also want you now to come out and join us for the Winter Solstice Festival on Saturday nights. It's the annual festival, and I've discovered that just this last year, this has become the third largest outdoor winter event that the municipality sponsors. We started it in 2010, just a handful of volunteers, and it's turned into a huge deal. So come on out and celebrate.
Thank you.
So.
Mr. Voland, I see you are in the queue. Go ahead.
Yes, I am in the queue. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you all for your contribution and for everything that you are doing to support the sports of speed skating and Nordic skating here in Alaska. And I hope to see that warming chalet happen sooner than later. And I would be remiss if I didn't put a plug in for the Wild Ice Skating Club of Alaska. Hope you all will visit one of our club gatherings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Voland. All right, so we're going to go ahead and roll back up. I know the late on the table folders are coming, but what you have also for tonight, because there are so many late on the table items, is a small agenda of them. So we're going to work from that. If we need to pause or reorder the items till you have the folders, please stop, but it's going to just take a minute. So please all bear with us as we work this portion of our business tonight. So late on the table items, we have a number that will require 8 votes to be laid on the table. So item 10A1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipality to welcome athletes and supporters of the 2025 U.S. Cross Country Ski Championships of January 2nd to 7, 2025. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Great. We have a motion by Mr. Johnson and a second by Ms. Brawley to lay on the table. I'm going to seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection to laying this item on the table? Okay, this item is laid on the table. It will be item 10A1. Next is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing with gratitude our dedicated, hardworking municipal workforce who keeps our city working for people. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Any discussion? Seeking unanimous consent, is there any objection? This item will be 10A2. All right, next is unnumbered Assembly Memorandum sole source contract with Power DMS Suite to provide software for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Police Department, not to exceed $111,277.21.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
All right, moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Mr. Perez Verdia. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Thank you. That item passes, or that item will be laid on the table. Excuse me. All right, the next item, and it will be 10D22, is unnumbered assembly memorandum, sole source contract with Pine Technologies for legal case management support for the Municipality of Anchorage Municipal Attorney's Office, not to exceed $42,000. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion? All right, seeking unanimous consent to lay that item on the table. Seeing no objection, that item is laid on the table. Next is...
Apologies. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Sure, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm, we are going through the lay on the table procedure currently.
Yes.
And so for these items that are being laid on the table, are these items which would need the 8 vote and would need an explanation as to why they are timely?
Yes, if you would like an explanation for anyone, that is why I was asking if there's any discussion.
Okay, thank you. I missed that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, turning to unnumbered resolution, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $70,000 from the Birch Tree Elmore Limited Road Service Area Fund.
Move to lay on the table.
One quick balance to the Birch Tree Elmore LRSA Fund 2024 Operating Budget Maintenance and Operations Department for year-round road maintenance within the Birch Tree Elmore LRSA. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I suppose in the spirit of making sure that we are speaking to timeliness, I wonder if I could turn to the municipal manager or someone from the administration to speak to this item and maybe why we're seeing so many of these particular items at this last meeting of the year.
Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
Happy to speak to that. It's a good question. To the Chair, to Member Brawley, this particular item actually is a unique issue. This LRSA item was actually caught in an administrative snafu within OnBase, our internal processing program for moving items onto the Assembly agenda. It was intended for the December 3rd agenda, missed the approval deadline for that, and was improperly delineated as being in that bucket and then didn't move to this agenda. It was an error on behalf of the administration that we didn't notice that it was that it had been delineated for that 12/3 date, even though it was approved past that date. And so it is time critical to be able to pay the contractor for this LRSA who hasn't been paid because they've been waiting on this by being approved. So this particular Birch Tree, or this particular LRSA item has that specific issue. We are seeing a number of items here at the end of the year because of the urgency of getting contracts signed and money moved prior to the end of the year. So we appreciate the body's patience with the pile of paper before it tonight. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyone else on this item? All right, I would still like to seek unanimous consent. Is there any objection to laying this item on the table? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, this item is laid on the table. Next is an unnumbered resolution. I'm sorry, my apologies. That item will be 10E17. Next one is an unnumbered resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating and reauthorizing American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA of 2021, local fiscal recovery funds in the total amount not to exceed $34,347 of unspent amounts from previously appropriated projects, all to the ARPA Lost Revenue Nuisance Property Abatement Fund Replenishment Project within the Federal Direct Grants Fund, Office of Management and Budget. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion on this item? All right. Seeking unanimous consent to lay this item on the table. Okay, hearing no objection, this item will be 10E18. The next item is only to be read into the record. It is item 10F12, unnumbered information memorandum AIM 2024, answers to Assembly questions, Assembly Chair Constant. The next items are ordinances and resolutions for introduction. These will need a motion to introduce, second, and a concurring third to lay on the table. The first is an unnumbered resolution, 2024, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating fund balance in the amount not to exceed $94,851 from area-wide general fund, $665,447 from operating projects committed general fund, and $43,307 from alcohol beverages retail sales tax fund to the respective funds in 2025 for continuation of previously appropriated project purposes, all within the Assembly. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce and set the public hearing for January 7th, 2025.
Second. Third.
Great. Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland, and third by Mr. Perez Verdia. That item is 10G13. Next is an unnumbered ordinance, an ordinance providing for the submission to qualified voters of the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area in the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, at the election to be held in the municipality on April 1, 2025, the question of whether to approve a special tax levy dedicated to payment of the cost of acquiring police vehicles. Mayor LaFrance and Assembly Chair Constant. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce and set the public hearing for January 7th, 2025.
Second. Third.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland, and third by Mr. Perez Verdia. Next ordinance for introduction is an ordinance, a numbered ordinance providing for the submission to qualified voters of the Anchorage Road and Drainage Service Area, ARTSA, in the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, at the election to be held in the municipality on April 1, 2025. The question of whether to approve a special tax levy dedicated to payment of the cost of acquiring and replacing ARTSA fleet vehicles. Mayor LaFrance and Assembly Chair Constant. Is there a motion?
Move to introduce and set the public hearing for the meeting of January 7th, 2025.
Second. Third.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland, third by Mr. Perez Verdia. All right, next are some supplemental item for 13A2, information memorandum AIM unnumbered 2024, ordinance AO 2024-111, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 12.70 to update the areas designated as transit-supported corridors and expand access to tax incentives for multifamily, affordable, and workforce housing. Assembly Vice Chair Zalatel. Next, to be read into the record, supplemental 14B2, information memorandum, Planning and Zoning Commission review and recommendation on AO number 2024-99, prohibiting new special limitations on rezones. Mayor's Office. Supplemental for 14B3, information memorandum, public outreach related to AO 2024-99, prohibiting new special limitations on rezones. Mayor's Office. Supplemental 14G4, information memorandum to AO 2024-116S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly formally dedicating 14 acres of municipal land, commonly known as the Helen Louise McDowell Sanctuary, located at 4190 Eau Claire Place as municipal parkland, subject to certain exceptions. Assembly Vice Chair Zalatel. There are two more that are not on your list that I will read as supplemental. All right. Supplemental AM by Assembly Vice Chair and Assembly Member Voland to AO number 2024-105S2, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly proposing a sales tax measure. That is 10G11A. Last one, I believe. All right. Supplemental to 14L2. It's AO 2024-124S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapters 3.95 and 2.20 to establish the Assembly and Legislative Branch Records and Information Management Program. All right. I believe that is all of our laid on the table items. Thank you for bearing with us all. I know it is a lot. last meeting of the year. All right.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Bronga.
I missed what AO 2024-124S, where that is on the...
Sure. It's the AM that goes with the S version in 10G11, so it'd be 10G11A. Great. Thank you. At this time, I would ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by, seconded by Mr. Myers. Ask for unanimous consents. Any objection? All right. Those items are, the addendum is incorporated and the laid on the table items as well. All right, we've already done our appearance requests, so we're going to go ahead and move over to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine items such as bin awards, new business, and information reports. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedures, items 10A through 10F are not required to be set for public hearing. I will now move down the dais and ask members which items they would like to pull, starting with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 3 items. I know others are looking at these as well, but I'll just pull them. 10B7, 10C3, and 10D7.
All right, I have 10 Bravo 7, 10 Charlie 3, and 10 Delta 7. Thank you. Mr. Solt?
No items tonight, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Ms. Bronga?
No items, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga. Mr. Voland?
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley?
Thank you. I'd like to pull 10A2, 10B4, 10B7 has been pulled, and 10E13.
Great. I have 10A2, 10 Bravo 4, and 10E13. Great. Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. Before I do, let me just ask, is there anyone here from the Nordic Skiing Association? If there is, could you raise your hand? Okay, great, thank you. Then I will pull 10A1.
Great. Is that your only item? All right, 10A1, Mr. Johnson. All right, Mr. Rivera?
No items, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Littlefield?
No items, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. Mr. Martinez?
No items, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Myers?
No additional items. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just one moment, please. All right, so I'm going to go back down the list to confirm the items. I have 10A1, Mr. Johnson, 10A2, Ms. Brawley, 10 Bravo 4, Ms. Brawley, 10 Bravo 7, Mr. Perez-Verdia, 10C3, Mr. Perez-Verdia, 10 Delta 7, Mr. Perez-Verdia, and 10E13, Ms. Brawley. Any other items or anything we've missed? Okay. With that, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Seeking unanimous consent? All right, with that, the consent agenda is approved by the consent agenda is approved. So if the consent agenda has now been passed and accepted, so all items in 10A through 10F, other than items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, that have been introduced for public hearing at a future date, have all now been approved. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. All right, turning to our first pulled item on the consent agenda, item 10A1, a numbered resolution, 2024, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to welcome athletes and supporters of the 2025 U.S. Cross Country Ski Championships on January 2nd through 7, 2025. Mr. Johnson.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Bronga. Is there any discussion? Okay,
Chair,
yes,
I would just like to be added.
sure. Any other members like to be added, or any member object to being added? I see the mayor as well. Okay, please add all members and the mayor. All right. Seeking unanimous consent. That item passes. Mr. Johnson, Ms. Bronga, who is reading? Ms. Bronga is reading, Mr. Johnson is presenting. Please come on down. Please go ahead, Ms. Bronga.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to welcome athletes and supporters to the 2025 U.S. Cross Country Ski Championships on January 2nd through the 7th, 2025. Whereas the municipality of Anchorage has been selected by the Cross Country Committee of the U.S. Ski and Snow Board, the national governing body for cross-country skiing, to hold the 2025 U.S. Cross Country Ski Championships, co-hosted by the Nordic Skiing Association of Anchorage, NSAA, and the Anchorage Parks and Recreation. And whereas the Nordic Skiing Association of Anchorage, which celebrated its 60th year of operation in 2024, has worked tirelessly to develop Anchorage into a world-class skiing venue, efforts which have led to hosting nationals 9 times, and whereas the U.S. Cross Country Ski Championship is a premier event of the season wherein approximately 400 skiers across the country will compete and the U.S. national champions will be determined. And whereas the event will also offer an opportunity for young seniors and top junior athletes to qualify to represent Team USA in elite international competition. And whereas Alaska skiers have won numerous national championship titles over the years, including 17 by the current NSAA Executive Director Keegan Randall, and whereas notable Alaskans competing at nationals this year include U.S. ski team members Murphy Kimball, Kendall Kramer, Michael Earnhardt, and Derek Richardson, as well as Bjorn Flagstad, Oscar Flora, Olivia Soderstrom, Merritt Flora, Noah Cam Magruder, and Maya Cam Magruder, and whereas the municipality of Anchorage is proud to be the home to over 100 miles of ski trails that serve recreational and exceptional skiers alike. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly thanks the Nordic Skiing Association of Anchorage and the 2025 Nationals Organizing Committee for their efforts and commitment, and enthusiastically welcome the racers, volunteers, and everyone else to the 2025 U.S. Cross Country Ski Championships, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly on this 17th day of December 2024.
Welcome. You'll have to press the green button on the microphone. Yep, please state your name for the record. And
William Earnhardt, President, Nordic Ski Association. With me is Ida Gullett, who is our director for these races. I apologize. I know everyone wants to see Keegan. We try to send her out in public as much as possible, but she had a conflict. First of all, thank you, Assembly, for recognizing us, members Johnson and Bronga. But also thank you, Parks and Rec. This is partially sponsored by Parks and Rec. They're not contributing money, but are allowing a reduced rate on the facilities because we have a number of days where we have to keep athletes warm. We have to run waxing, a number of other things out there. We got everyone out doing the snow dances, so hopefully everything will go well. Man-made snow, which is the snowmaking system actually owned by the MOA, but that we run, maintain, and repair is doing well, although getting colder would be a lot better. Just want to say this is not just the American U.S. Nationals, but this is also part of Super Tour. So it's the Canadians, the top Canadians racers, and there's also international racers coming up with a bunch of the colleges. So this is really top-level racing. These are folks all fighting for their spot to get on the World Cup. And it's just going to be some great racing. It's also where our younger folks get the opportunity to make the U18 team to travel to Scandinavia, which is the first step in the U.S. team uniform. And so, you know, the youngsters are going to be fighting really hard out there. It's going to be great for the community, a lot of people coming in. We're going to have at least about 200 volunteers at the end of the day participating and putting this on, and it'll be a great spectator sport. If you got the time, come out. The weather should be good, not super cold, and bring a cowbell. Appreciate it. Thank you.
thank you so much. All right, next we'll go to Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege.
Please go ahead.
So this is a follow-on to our AML report, which Mr. Rivera gave. Among other things that happened at the conference last week with the Alaska Municipal League, we were pleasantly surprised to find that the municipality actually won an award. I have the award here. And the award is really not just for the municipality, but for the Anchorage Community Development Authority. So we have Mr. Robbins and Ms. Gant in the audience. And so we just want to take a moment to formally present you with the award. If I can invite the mayor to come down as well. I would invite Mr. Rivera, but he's on the phone, and anybody else who would like to come in. Yes, I will read it before I come down. It's an Excellence in Local Government Award. These are given annually to member municipalities. This is in the category of Economic and Work Environment for Employment, Income, and Retail Business, and it is for the Community Development Authority, ACDA, for paving the way for economic growth in Alaska.
Took my glasses off for the pictures. You wanna look? It is super quiet, isn't it? Just really quick.
Thank you. Mr. Robbins, would you like to say something? Oh, you have to click the button again. There you go. One more time. Yep.
There we go. If I may, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say thank you very much on behalf of my staff who works very hard year-round. And I'd like to say that this award really represents a partnership and a partnership between this body, the mayor's office. We worked hard last year with our national delegation, with our state delegation, to not only advocate and try to find creative solutions to try to address our housing situation here in Anchorage, but to try to help the economy. I want to thank all of you for your support throughout the entire year, and I want to thank the mayor's office as well as all, I said, our congressional delegation, and most of all, I want to thank our staff, and I just want to say that it's been a pleasure to work this last year with the Building Services Department, the Planning Department, and all of the other departments within the municipality to try to create change. And we're excited to continue to work and look for innovative solutions to help the mayor achieve her goal of 10,000 houses in 10 years. So carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Congratulations. All right. Next on the agenda is item 10A2, an unnumbered resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing with gratitude our dedicated, hardworking municipal workforce who keeps our city working for people. Ms. Brawley, you pulled this.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion? All right, seeking unanimous consent. That item is passed. So this item is read by all members, and I believe perhaps the mayor as well, to 'twas the night before Christmas. So have grace with us all. Here we go. Whoever starts, kick us off.
Whereas 'twas a snowy day in Anchorage, and all through the town, Muni workers are working, the best staff around. From Eklutna to Girdwood, from mountains to coasts, they keep our city running, so we want to boast. And
we've got many departments, and none are the same, and each have great people, too many to name. Let's stop to see them one at a time and say thank you, we're grateful, and do it in rhyme. And we'll start with the people mover, our public transit team. They keep us on schedule, so bus riding's a dream. If you're transit curious, just download their apps. Ticket right on your phone, along with route maps. And
whereas next to the health department, who looks out for us all, from air quality to clinic care, vaccines and food stalls, young babies to seniors, every age in between, people and animals, public health for all is what they mean. And
whereas, then a trip to the library where adventures begin. Find books, music, movies, maybe even new friends. If you've got a question, asking a librarian is smart. But it's not just about knowledge. Libraries have heart. And
Whereas, in all weather and seasons, our parks and trails shine. Parks and Recreation works year-round to keep them looking fine. Everyone has a favorite trail, there's so many to choose, but the best trail in Anchorage, no question, the Moose. And
whereas we rely on public safety, fire, police, and emergency management, keeping our streets and homes safe and keeping the peace. When things get bad, when we're hurt, body and mind, the mobile crisis and intervention teams are great help to find. And
whereas, speaking of streets, we can't make it too far without M&O. That's maintenance and operations if you aren't in the know. From snowplows to potholes to facilities, maintaining takes work, and our great plow crews keep going when nature's a jerk. And
whereas if you got something to build, Elmore is the place to be. Planning keeps us on track towards the future we want to see. Development service ensure our homes are strong, and with public works and GIS, you really can't go wrong. And whereas, when you're talking about lands, real estate is the place. Home of Heritage Land Bank, muni buildings, and public space. If you're thinking about transport, how to get from there to here's, start with our traffic and project management engineers. And
whereas, now downtown to City Hall and up to the 8th floor, the mayor's office welcomes with a smile and open door. Across the hall, municipal manager keeps everyone on task, while budget and management tracks expenditures. Not a small ask. And
whereas on the topic of money, we rely on our finance team's skills, collecting taxes, writing staff paychecks, and paying city bills. From contracts to property appraisals to treasury and bond sales, from CFO to purchasing, they keep our finances on the rails. And
whereas the city works more smoothly with professionals of the highest degree, so HR, IT, and the I-team keep our people in tech working in harmony. Government runs with many rules, so lawyers are needed. Municipal attorneys advise, defend, and ensure cases get completed. And
whereas we all know in government there's room to do better, internal audit keeps us honest and tracks things to the letter. Risk management and safety help us prepare with awareness, and the Equal Rights Commission and equity and inclusion are champions for fairness. And
whereas the Port of Alaska keeps shelves stocked across the whole state, and Solid Waste Services reminds us we must divert more waste. Merrill Field connects Anchorage with places near and far. AWU provides us with water that's clear, while ACDA helps us grow for a future we hold dear. And
whereas, last but not least, we'll visit the Assembly Branch, home of the clerk. From elections to licenses and meetings, it's a lot of work. Council provides legal direction. Legislative services turns ideas to action. And the Ombudsman works to keep the public's trust and satisfaction. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates all members of our municipal workforce who work every day to make our city a better place to live, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 17th day of December 2024.
Thank you all. Big shout out to Member Brawley and Legislative Services Director Claire Ross for making that work. All right, next on the consent agenda items, we are at 10 Bravo 4, Resolution AR 2024-401, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage authorizing an agreement between the Anchorage Library Foundation and the Municipality of Anchorage for the operation of a downtown library branch. Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item.
yes, move to postpone to the meeting of January 7th and also refer to the Quality Municipal Services Committee happening tomorrow, December 18th.
Second.
All right, moved by Ms. Brawley and to postpone to the meeting of January 7th, seconded by Mr. Voland. Would you like to speak to that, Ms. Brawley?
Yes, as I said, it's being referred to committee, so rather than taking action on it tonight, the proposal is to allow the time for the briefing for the members to understand what's ahead of us, and I understand the municipal manager may want to add more there.
Ms. Wood-Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's exactly right. We plan to brief the body tomorrow at the Quality Municipal Services Committee meeting, and then we'll be prepared in preparation for potential action at the first meeting in January.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeking unanimous consent to postpone this item to the meeting of the 7th. All right, this item will come back before us on January 7th. Next on the consent agenda is item 10 Bravo 7, resolution number AR 2024-407, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly reaffirming support and commitment for the Fish Creek Trail Connection Project as a municipal priority. This was pulled by you, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
I believe Ms. Brawley has an amendment.
Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move a verbal amendment that I've provided to the clerk. Essentially, it is striking the whereas on page 1 that starts at line 15 and ends at 22.
Second.
All right. We have a motion to amend by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. We're going to let the clerk get it up here on the board, and I'll read it. Just one moment, please. The motion is to amend by striking the whereas on page 1, lines 15 to 22, the whereas starting in 2016, the Turnagain Community Council. Is that correct, Ms. Brawley? Yes. Yes, okay. That is the amendment before us. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, just briefly. The whereas in here, in this paragraph, is a true statement, but it is not the only position that the Turnagain Community Council has taken on this. There was another resolution from 2022, but also in consultation with Mr. Volan, we thought rather than trying to make sausage on the floor, that we would leave that off because there are, of course, other stakeholders who have taken positions or spoken to this. So, and there's really more opportunity to dig into the details of this. So it's really just making sure this is as accurate as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this is a project that has a lot of community support outside of any one neighborhood. It has the capacity to be of, I think, an enormous benefit to many user groups and many parts of our community. And so don't necessarily want to lift up one stakeholder group above the others, and also want to thank the Parks and Rec Department for all the public process that they have undergone to get the project sort of to this point, and for Director Braniff's great presentation to the Technical Advisory Committee, AMAT's Technical Advisory Committee, which I was able to watch back, just kind of outlining the history of the project. I think it's very important to point out here in the resolves that the sponsors of this resolution are not zeroing in on any specific preferred alternative, but rather just want to reaffirm the Assembly's support for this project, and also highlight the fact that voters multiple times have approved funding for this project. So time to move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bullen. Ms. Bronga on the amendment?
Yes, I saw the email come in from someone from Turnagain Community Council, and so the 2016, it sounds like they were in support of it, and then 2022, they were not in support of it. I have not been able to see what that objection was. I think this is a great project, but I just am curious as to why they changed their position on it, if you know, Member Brawley?
Member Brawley.
Yeah, I was actually Turnagain Community Council president at that time, and there's some more nuance. It is not that they don't support the project, but the resolution states that the support is conditioned on some specific choices, and that was partly why we thought not getting into the details in particular. And that's why the request was not to just represent categorical support, which is what the prior resolution did. But again, that's something that I know this project will continue to be discussed, so we can dig into that detail at another time.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Actually, my comments are on the main motion.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on the amendment? All right. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Member Silt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0, and the youth member votes?
Yes.
All right. We now have the item before us as amended. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I just forgot to ask in the very beginning. I'd like to be added as a sponsor. If you would add me, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, may we add him as a sponsor? Yes. All right. Any further discussion on the item? Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also just want to let my colleagues know, as one of the members on the AMATS Policy Committee, and I know my other Assembly member tonight, our chair, but Member Zolotel, who also serves on the Policy Committee, we are pretty aligned in the fact that when we go to the Policy Committee meetings, we want to be able to have the backing of our colleagues and to be able to have weighed in on some of these more important or controversial matters, with the full support of the body. And so should this pass tonight, I will plan on taking it to the AMATS Policy Committee on Thursday, because we do have an informational item on the agenda regarding the Fish Creek Trail connection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Anything further? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Right. AR 2024-407 passes 11-0, and the youth member votes?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Next item we have before us is item 10C3, Assembly Memorandum AM 1010-2024, recommendation of award a contract to Mass Excavation Inc., Mass X, for West Anchorage Snow Disposal Site Phase 1. This was pulled by Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Move to approve.
Second?
Moved by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Just a question for someone from the administration, if the most appropriate person can speak to this. I just have a question. I received some questions from constituents on the steps that are being taken on this project to minimize environmental impact. If I could have someone from the administration speak to that, that'd be helpful. Thanks.
Certainly through the chair to Member Perez-Verdia, I would ask Director Melinda Kohlhaas to come down and address that question.
One more time. There you go.
Welcome, Ms. Kohlhaas.
All right. Melinda Kohlhaas, PM&E Director. Thank you for the question. Member Perez-Verdia, through the chair. We realize that this project is in wetlands, and we have worked very closely with the Corps of Engineers and our consultant to do delineation, and it was determined that this particular wetlands is non-jurisdictional due to its lack of connectivity to waters of the U.S. The important thing about this project with control of the design is the ability of our designers to build in water quality features to really have better protection of the water discharge of the snowmelt and the water quality. So part of the features that we're designing include water quality berms around the pad, the snow disposal pad, and that allows the water, the snow melt, to collect inside the berms and then to be able to manage it properly, and then actually using the green infrastructure technique to treat and provide better water quality that's eventually discharged into the surrounding wetlands. And we will have weirs within controlled features throughout the berms to actually kind of better control the water quality. So that's really a big focus of this project.
Thanks. I just want to make sure that was on the record. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no one else in the queue, go ahead and actually seek unanimous consent for this item. Is there any objection to passing Assembly Memorandum 1010-2024, recommendation of award to Mass X for the West Anchorage Snow Disposal Site? Seeing none, youth member? No? Okay, great. All right, that item passes. Next, we have item 10 Delta 7. This one's going to be a little bit different. I'm going to read the item, then hand the gavel over to Assembly Member Brawley. This is Assembly Memorandum number AM 997-2024, Board of Ethics Appointment, Gretchen Guess, Mayor's Office.
Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. I would like to disclose that Ms. Guess is the director of the Rasmussen Foundation. The Rasmussen Foundation is a funder of my day organization, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. I believe I have a private financial interest in this item and would ask to be excused.
Thank you. I rule that based on the information you provided, that you do have a personal conflict and are recused from voting. Are there any objections from other members? Not seeing any. Okay, and then next, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I would like to disclose that I have a similar or a very similar conflict as Ms. Zalatel. I serve as the president and CEO of the Alaska Humanities Forum, and our organization is funded by the Rasmussen Foundation. So I'd like to file the same kind of a potential conflict.
Thank you. And similarly, I rule that based on the information you have provided, that you also do have a personal conflict and are recused from voting. Any objections on that one? Not seeing any. Then you are also excused. Okay, both of those members are out of the room. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Voland and seconded by Mr. Myers. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, I don't see any members currently in the room in the queue. So then, if there's no objection, we will proceed to vote.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Okay, on a motion of 9-2 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. On a vote of 9-0 and the youth member votes?
Yes.
That item passes, and I will ask our members to come back in the room.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Next before us, we have item 10E13. Item 10E13 is resolution number AR 2024-100, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage providing a sub-grant agreement between Anchorage Library Foundation and the Municipality of Anchorage and appropriating $2,380,000 in a State of Alaska sub-grant from the Anchorage Library Foundation when tendered to the Area General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401 Maintenance and Operations Department for the improvements to establish downtown library branch, Anchorage Public Library. Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item.
Yes, move to postpone to the meeting of January 7th and also refer to the Quality Municipal Services Committee.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Would you like to speak any further to it?
This is essentially the same topic as an item that we postponed previously, and I'll just turn to the municipal manager if there's anything you'd like to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair to Member Brawley, nothing further to add. Again, same story as previously. We welcome the opportunity to brief the MADI at the Quality Municipal Services Committee and then in preparation for potential action in January.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Is there any further discussion on the postponement to the meeting of January 7th? Seeking unanimous consent on this item, is there any objection to postponing this item? Okay, seeing and hearing none, that AR 2024-400 will be back before us on the 7th. All right. With the consent of the body, I'd like to go ahead and move through the 11s. We have some folks here waiting on us, so I just go ahead and proceed. So agenda items in this category are typically previous public hearing agenda items for which the public hearing was closed and the assembly opposed assembly action. And so before us now we have item 11A, Assembly Memorandum AM 930-2024, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing, Kim Waller, Chief Equity Officer. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Is there any discussion? Mr. Voland.
I will just say that this appointee has my enthusiastic support, and it has been fantastic working with her thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? All right. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
AM 930-2024 is passed. Congratulations, Ms. Waller. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Waller, her family, friends, and supporters to come down while the clerk swears her in. Thank you. Seriously, folks, y'all are welcome to come down.
Got to get a picture.
I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
of Chief Equity Officer
of Chief Equity Officer
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I forgot to bring a second pen, so I'll let you sign that one and then I'll do it. And then we'll-
Okay. I need the date as well.
Ms. Waller, as is customary, if you would like, you may say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the body. Thank you to the mayor. Thank you to all those standing behind me. I have said plenty during our work session, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you for supporting this office and thank you for funding this office. This is not the work of one person, so thank you. for funding and supporting this office, and I look forward to working on behalf of our beautiful, diverse municipality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. All right, thank you. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Winter.
Okay.
All right, next item before us is item 11B, Assembly Memorandum, AM 931-2024, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, William D. Falsey, Chief Administrative Officer, Mayor's Office. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Mr. Voland.
Thank you. I will say that this one also has my enthusiastic support, and I have been asked via text to relay the support of my colleague who also represents downtown or North Anchorage, Member Constant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. All right, anyone else wish to speak to the item? All right, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
item AM 931-2024 has passed the body. Congratulations, Mr. Falsey.
I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and I will faithfully perform the duties
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
of the Chief Administrative Officer
of the Chief Administrative Officer
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr. Falsey. If you would like, as is customary, if you would like to say anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say only that it is a great privilege to return to municipal service. I care deeply about this place, the people who work here, and the work that we do. I appreciate the mayor's vote of confidence in me, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Congratulations. We will continue with the 11s, take up the last item here, 11C, ordinance number AO 2024-58, an ordinance authorizing retention of tax foreclosed parcels for public purposes legally described as lots 36 and 37, block 11, lot 53, block 10, and lot 23, block 3, Laurel Acre subdivision, PIDs 012-491-72, 012-491-73, 012-493-54, and 012-504-19. This item, public hearing was closed on June 11, 2024. Action was postponed to 9/10/2024, 10/22/2024, 10/3/2024, and to today. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the regular meeting of February 11th.
Motion to postpone
Second.
to the meeting of February 11th by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Brawley?
Thanks. And a spoiler, this is the same action that will happen on 14A. They are related items. This is a specific action. The other one is a code change that enables this action and keeps it consistent with the Supreme Court decision. That's why this thing has been postponed several times. There's no urgency on this, but that is the intent to take this up on the other side of some other major items on our agenda for January. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Right, seeing none, seeking unanimous consent to postpone this item to the meeting of February 11th. Any objection? Okay, seeing no objection, this item will be AO 2024-58 will be back before us on February 11th. With that, we will go ahead and take our customary dinner break. Thank you.
Shine, don't let them steal your mind away from you. Said if they owed you money, I won't need a penny from you. Oh, you're stronger than you think. Don't let these wounds sting. I promise soon. 'Cause you're 4, 5, 6, sometimes still goes. If your roof is in your house caves in and nobody else at fault. Think I did something bad, never question the hand they had. Say, if they owe me money, if they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. Said, I'm not very lucky, if they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. I'm so very lost. Things hadn't going my way. I've been on both lawns and the grass is greener over on their side. Let me tell you that walking the road after every turn, it scares me like it do. But it's all the rules, I always lose. I wake up and begin to choose. I don't know what to do. Boundaries to have and nowhere to go. Don't let them take your shine. Don't let them steal your mind away from you. Said if they owed you money, I won't need a penny from you. Oh, you're stronger than you think. Don't let these wounds sting. I promise soon. 'Cause you're 4, 5, 6, sometimes too.
All right, we will go ahead and continue with our meeting. Next are continued public hearing items. Agenda items in this category are typically previously public hearing items for which the public hearing was not closed. Persons who testified previously may not testify a second time unless the testimony is on differences in a substitute version. So if you wish to testify on any items under this section of the agenda, you will come forward, state your name and what part of town you're from. So before us is item 13A, ordinance number AO 2024-111, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 12.70 to update areas designated as transit supportive corridors and expand access to tax incentives for multi-family affordable and workforce housing. The public hearing on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Martinez and seconded by Mr. Voland. Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the work that the administration has done with respect to looking at the questions of investing in transit supportive corridors. As my colleagues remember, I introduced an idea to extend the tax credits out to Muldoon and realized along that process that really the map needed to be updated to reflect the current relationship of transit and the area of East Anchorage. And I know that there are other areas that needed to be recognized as well. And from my vantage point, Chair, this is an opportunity for us to begin to look at investing in our transit supportive corridors, identifying those updating the maps, and then bringing that work forward into additional work that we expect with respect to the administration doing some extensions of the tax incentives outward and looking at how we can activate development on those transit supportive corridors. I encourage my colleagues to support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I see we have 2 amendments in the folder. Would anyone like to move an amendment? Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move Johnson-Salt Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Second.
Johnson-Salt Amendment Number 1, moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Salt. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is pretty straightforward. Essentially what we want to do is change the map slightly to include the entirety of the Diamond and Abbott corridor from Jewel Lake. I think this meets with the spirit of what we're trying to achieve here with the transit supportive corridors and meets generally the definition of what we envision when we talk about transit supportive corridors. So I think it's a reasonable add. And then it does take out a small piece which was in the original plan, which did a little jog down to Scooter Avenue. And the reason that was done because for a while there was a proposal in the STIP to put an exit there and extend that road across the highway. There's no plans for that to move forward at this point, so we think it's not really relevant anymore and not really beneficial. So we're proposing to take that piece out and then add a more reasonable piece in.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Voland on the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I'm just wondering, you know, the intent with this amendment, the intent of the underlying item is to potentially expand tax incentives for multi-family, affordable, and workforce housing. And with this amendment, I can see myself supporting the addition, but the deletion feels interesting to me. You know, why would we want to take a section away that could be an area where we have a tax incentive for multi-affordable and workforce housing when we're trying to get 10,000 units in 10 years on the mayor's new plan? And it seems to me that there's pink lines all around that indicating the bus routes. So I don't know. This is a difficult one because it's via exhibit, and I don't know if there's an opportunity or not to bifurcate this without having a different graphic representation via the map. Yeah, for my part, I can see myself supporting that addition, but I don't want to make the deletion go away because I guess I'm just not interested in removing areas that could be developed for more multifamily affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. I'm going to go to Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Just to Mr. Voland's point, I'm not sure if we decided to leave or somehow add Scooter Ave back in, like I'm not sure I have a problem with that. I mean, I get the idea that, yes, it's nice to provide more incentives. My one qualm would be, and perhaps somebody who's more familiar with the underlying ordinance might want to speak to that, is we have this definition we're using of a transit supportive corridor, and I don't know if Scooter Ave really fits with that definition anymore. I think we saw it in the original because there was intent to expand that road across the highway. Since that's not moving forward, I'm not sure if it still qualifies as the way we understand a transit supportive corridor being defined. But I guess with that, if the determination is nope, it's okay, and we think it fits, and it's a reasonable inclusion, then I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, on the amendment. First, I would say, just to remind folks, it's really where we want to see and incentivize denser development. So I think the other implication is kind of what properties are underneath these pieces that may or may not be included. And so I do appreciate the inclusion of Diamond Boulevard. I had contemplated also running an amendment with the item to the further west. But I also just want to note one concern, which is that this includes Diamond Estates. You can see there's a portion by Minnesota Boulevard. There's a street network there that is part of that mobile home park. And I think we want to be careful about increasing incentives that lay on top of already dense housing like mobile home parks. So again, it doesn't mean that will be sold or developed, but that is an implication of so it is really important to look at the individual properties just to make sure that there's not unintended consequences. So I'm not saying that to make an amendment or to disapprove of this, but there is that other layer, which is you're really looking at real properties on the ground, and so that's a consideration of what you may be unintentionally incentivizing to change, and so that's a concern as well, in addition to the concern about taking things off the map. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I come back to the word transit, and for me, what we're supporting in these corridors, I think, is better access to people mover, to the bus, and potentially way out in the future, who knows, commuter rail, however Anchorage evolves decades from now. I don't necessarily see our transit supportive corridors aligning around vehicle, our streets, right? I think it's more about public transit. And so with that, maybe the clerk can help me out, and if this is allowed, I think I might move a floor amendment to this. And I suppose in the purpose and summary, I would remove the sentence starting, it also deletes a segment, ... through the end of the purpose and summary. And then if I'm able to verbally amend a map, I would just remove the line portion, the deletion portion, as indicated by the legend here, so that we still make the addition, but we are removing the deletion.
All right. There is an amendment from Mr. Voland that on the purpose and summary of the amendment, the Johnson-Solt Amendment number 1, it would remove, it also deletes a segment that tracks Independence Drive to Scooter Avenue, traversing the highway, which would have tracked a planned roadway project that was removed from the STIP and AMAN's recommendations a couple of years ago. There is no current or anticipated ability to transit that portion, so it is deleted. That would be removed, as would the hash marks on Exhibit A, returning that into the blue as proposed in the original map with the AO. Is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second for discussion.
And it is seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Voland, would you like to speak any further?
Yeah, I'll just add one more nuance to this. I think our land use plan it needs to be complementary to our future transportation planning, but the project that is sort of referenced here, you know, it's a project that I have been critical of and have worked in my capacity as an AMATS policy committee member to, well, try to make it go away. Wasn't successful in that endeavor. Finally got it right-sized to a different nature of a project, a vehicular crossing to a pedestrian underpass or some type of crossing. And so we have amended our AMATS plans, the TIP, to effectuate that. And that's something that we can still do, and we should always be analyzing how land use coincide with our transportation planning. But again, I think when it comes to the transit supportive corridors, it's not about highway connections, it's about public transit access and the opportunity for more multifamily housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. I have myself in the queue.
Ms. Alto?
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. So if you refer back to the original exhibit provided by Mr. Martinez, or even the Rivera-Zalatel amendment that will come next, you will see the blue portion that is proposed to be deleted in this one, and this would just restore what was already contemplated in the original. I do support that. It does track with the language of the ordinance in terms of transit being proposed there or already there. I mean, I think the great thing about these maps and what we're looking at is it's reflecting actually current conditions. It's not necessarily future conditions. So I support Mr. Voland's amendment to restore that so that we can have as much as possible, because it's my understanding that these maps are really a baseline from which some work the administration is doing on tax incentives, and when they'll build off of these maps. So I think for now, being as inclusive as possible makes sense. And then if further refinement is needed in the future, we could do so. Thank you. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? All right, seeing and hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 11-0 with the youth member voting
Yes.
yes. Right, back to the amendment as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
And a vote of 11-0 with the youth member voting
Yes.
the amendment, Johnson Amendment number 1 as amended has passed. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Zalatel Rivera Amendment number 2.
Second.
Zalatel Rivera Amendment number 2 has been moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Voland. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So similar to the prior amendment, we are looking at including some additional areas to the Exhibit A. Those include Old Seward, Tudor, Lake Otis, and Northern Lights. Parts of those to connect Rogers Park to the full transit supportive map. In particular, if just honing in on Old Seward, some years ago, Old Seward lost transit service, but it was regained, and now is one of the most popular routes in the entire system. So it makes sense to me that we add these additional pieces to the map so that it's a holistic map and includes additional areas for possible development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I strongly support this. I think this is another area that I'd contemplated making an amendment. And also, I just want to note, I'm not attempting to change it now. I think another opportunity for consideration in the future is the UMed district. In addition to Midtown, I think we know there's a lot of students who need housing, folks who work at the university, and two great places for that is in Midtown proper, where there's a lot of land and can be developed, and also opportunities potentially within the UMed district. So I support this and appreciate those folks bringing them forward.
Thank you, Member Brawley. Anyone else on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
The amendment, Zalatel Rivera amendment has passed. Now back to the main item as amended. Any further discussion? Ms. Bronga.
Thank you. I really appreciate you bringing this forward, Member Martinez. And the one thing, though, that I'm a little bit worried about, and I think Member Brawley brought it forward about the mobile home parks. I know this on Muldoon Road would go through where Rangeview Trailer Park is, and I believe it's now owned by outside investors. And so that makes me a little bit nervous about those people that they're very proud of their community that they live in. You know, they're out there cooking pigs on the side of their trailer and things that they may not be able to do if we have Chi-Chi new housing in that area, though I do know that housing needs help. The other thing that I wondered, and I'm sorry I didn't ask you this further, if you follow Muldoon Road and you take the jig jog onto 36th, so I'm looking like there's really dense housing in that area already. So I guess it doesn't, it's not going to mean that someone will tear down those houses to build a complex, but I'm kind of wondering if that 36th needs to be on it as an incentive, or if we just kept it straight Muldoon. I'm just curious, as the places that are already densely housed, the idea is that we might incentivize to get more housing. Is that what you're thinking?
Mr. Martinez, would you like to answer Member Bronga's question?
I will answer. So the transit line that the extension of the map follows goes down Muldoon through 36 down through to Tudor. So we're following the transit line with respect to the map. And just a point of information on this as well, the update to the map doesn't in and of itself provide anything new for development, in that a developer of a property, for example, will still have to apply for any of the tax incentives that would be they would be available for. And so this really is about the designation of where the investments in the transit supportive corridors should be going. And the vantage point was that Muldoon should be all connected, right? Just not the north-south Muldoon. And as we track that extension of the map down through the Tudor area as well, it gives a real holistic vantage point of the entire transit corridor from northeast down around almost to the curve, but definitely toward toward the university area of our district. So it is just tracking that, but it doesn't necessarily open up danger to the existing development as much as it provides opportunity for us to explore what potential future developments could be on those particular areas.
Do you have a follow-up, Ms. Bronga?
Well, this isn't a follow-up, but it's a different question. Am I allowed to go forward with that?
You still have the floor. Go ahead.
So, I'm sorry. What I was wondering is, from a municipality perspective, if all of these areas were to develop and get tax abatements or breaks for building along here, would that be impactful? Would it be too many tax breaks? Or is the idea that we get some more development, so that's more coming into the coffers, so it doesn't matter that we're giving these tax breaks for development? Just wondering if this will break the bank if all of a sudden people started taking, is it a tenure that they don't pay taxes?
Mr. Martinez?
Sure. The current tax incentives are found in 12.70 of the code. I think the administration is reworking some of those, so there may be a different vantage point in a month or so from now, as I think Nolan Clowder described that the administration is going to be cleaning up the tax incentives from 12.60 and 12.70. But as of now, the tax incentives in the 12.70, which we're amending the map to, are for a certain classification of housing, of course, a certain amount of years. And this is for multiple units, very dense housing. And so what we expect is that the administration is going to be tweaking that, changing and clearing up those two sections of code. So it's going to be built on this map is really just about where we want those investments in the transit supportive corridors to go. But currently, there have been really no takers. And I love your concern. I wish there was so much money waiting to come into our community, knocking down doors to build housing, and we welcome them. Hopefully this is part of the invitation, but we're not there yet.
Thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bronga. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. I have one verbal amendment, not to the map, but looking at section 2. So if it's okay, I'll read it out. I did provide language to the clerk. So this would be amending section 2, page 2, beginning at line 7. After the phrase changes approved in this ordinance, it would read, comma, and consider additional recommendations to change the transit supportive development corridors map that reflect priority areas to incentivize development, including properties with potential for new housing development that can be located near destinations such as employment centers, grocery stores, or educational facilities.
Okay, we're going to wait just a minute to get that up on the board. All right, it is up on the board. I'm going to read it one more time. Member Brawley moves a floor amendment that says to amend at section 2, page 2, beginning at line 7, amending as follows. Changes approved in this ordinance, comma, and consider additional recommendations to change the transit supportive development corridors map that reflect priority areas to incentivize development, including properties with potential for new housing development that can be located near destinations such as employment centers, grocery stores, or educational facilities. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Martinez. Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Yeah, this is a continuation of conversations I've had with the planning department and the work on the tax incentives. So this is not directly addressing the map, but really asking the planning department, that's what this section is already doing, but it also asks them to consider other recommendations either to the map or places to prioritize. And it mentions these destinations with the idea that we're thinking about housing and also where the other places are that people want to go. So for example, Midtown, UMed, these other areas that are job centers and or destinations for shopping, and so those are also logical places. So just really expressing a policy interest in those areas as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Any further discussion on Ms. Brawley's amendment? All right. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
the item is amended. Any further discussion on the item as amended? Ms. Bronga.
I wanted to ask one more question of Mr. Martinez on Northern Lights. There's just one little cutout. I'm just kind of curious as to why Northern Lights as a whole didn't become part of the idea of a transit corridor. You know what I mean? Just that little skip there.
Mr. Martinez, would you like to answer?
Sounds like a wonderful amendment.
Could I do a floor amendment to include Northern Lights from Muldoon to East High?
Member Bronga moves on Exhibit A to include Northern Lights from Muldoon to East High. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Martinez. Would you like to speak to it any further?
So I think this is an area that has pretty poor pedestrian infrastructure, and riding a bus would be a much safer way to travel through that corridor. There are certainly a lot of students that live in this corner of Muldoon that zone exempt to East High School to go to school within a school, and being part of that transit corridor and encouraging growth in that area seems like a natural.
Thank you. Member Bronga, is this accurate? Amend Exhibit A to include Muldoon to East High. Should it say include Northern Lights from Muldoon to East High?
It should say Northern Lights from Muldoon to East High School.
Northern Lights from Muldoon to East High School. Thank you. Great. Any other discussion on the amendment to Exhibit A? Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on that one. Any objection to adding that to the map? Okay, that amendment moves or passes. All right, any further discussion on the ordinance as amended? All right, seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AO 2024-111 has passed the body. Next, we'll turn to new public hearing items, starting with 14A, ordinance number AO 2024-122, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Municipal Code Section 25.30.035 to provide a procedure by which former record owners may claim any excess value over debt owed on tax foreclosed property retained by the municipality of Anchorage for public purpose. The public hearing on this item is now open. Ms. Brawley.
Move to postpone this item to the meeting of February 11th and continue the public hearing.
We have a motion from Ms. Brawley to continue the public hearing to February 11th. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Bronga. Any discussion? Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, this is the other item that I referred to earlier where we need a code change in order to adopt ordinance 2024-58. So the intent is to take these up together at a future meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Any objection to the postponement? Seeking unanimous consent. Okay, this item will be back before us on February 11th. Next, we have item 14B, ordinance number AO 2024-99, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21-03-160 to prohibit the application for or recommendation of special limitations in approving an amendment to the zoning map and waiving Planning and Zoning Commission review. Public hearing on this item is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Good evening. My name is Emily Weiser, and I live in Airport Heights. I'm here to speak in support of this ordinance. I think from what I've heard, special limitations are often used to apply what I would consider an undue burden to a lot of properties. Not always, but sometimes they're used to limit the housing that can be built on those properties that would otherwise be allowed by right in that zone. And I don't think that's a good thing, especially for where we are as a city at this point. It sounds like there's also other ways to do many of the things that special limitations do, and so the things that are actually necessary or useful, seems like we have mechanisms in code to do that now, so we don't need them for that. And then if there are cases where it seems like a particular use or shape or height or dimensions of a building would be problematic for the neighborhood or the neighbors, maybe we need to revisit the use table for the zones or the dimensional standards for the zones and see, you know, if someone wants to upzone to B3 and that otherwise seems reasonable, except, you know, this one particular use might be noxious or harmful, maybe that one particular use should be a conditional use in that zone instead of by right. So yeah, I think the other tools that we have are already available to address what these special limitations have been used for. And I think those other tools would be more fair and more, you know, applied at the same level across the board instead of really targeting specific property owners. So I urge your support. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Seth Anderson. I'm from South Addition downtown area. I'm a civil and structural engineer, a residential builder and designer, and work on projects with you know, entitlements and special limitations and rezoning. Supportive of this amendment to no longer use special limitations. If we're working on a new project and a property has special limitations on it, it's often can be challenging to find what the original ordinance was and the reason why the special limitations were made. Also, oftentimes, like a neighborhood's grown up in the 10 years or more since the special limitations were made, and it's maybe doesn't apply anymore, isn't as necessarily as applicable. So there are times when I think it is beneficial, and if there's community opposition, it's a way that you know, people can find common ground and make the community members that has some hesitation feel a little bit more comfortable, but it does create that in the future, you know, discontinuity and lack of transparency. And so yeah, I'm supportive of using the other tools we have and no longer use special limitations. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one. Public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Volin. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, I'll speak briefly and then leave it to the other sponsors as well. This is simply proposing that we bring our planning practice more in line with what is really standard planning and zoning practice. There's a lot of information you've received from the Planning Department. We heard from Planning and Zoning Commission, who ultimately passed a resolution in support of this idea. And I think, you know, it's really important to understand that there are processes, to one of the testifiers' points just now, there are processes for working through community concerns about a project, potentially community opposition, and coming to common ground. And the other thing about that, though, is that there are other tools in our code and that are standard practice in zoning code, conditional uses, you know, other mechanisms that already exist. And so we're really proposing to bring our city more in line with the way most other cities deal with this issue. And of course, that does leave open the question of what happens with all of the ones that are out there. We know that they are legal rezones, and so we have, you know, technically a couple hundred different zones in our city due to that. And so that's not really what this ordinance does. It leaves it as a future project to unwind that. But going forward, our proposal is really to follow best practices in planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you know, I think that this is a way that the municipality can be a better business partner to those who want to develop and revitalize our city. And that is to give clearer expectations around what you're allowed to do by right in various zones. And historically, looking back at some of these special limitations, I certainly appreciate the presentations that were made to the Planning and Zoning Commission and also to the Community and Economic Development Committee by the Planning Department, going through all of those various special limitations and how they are so wide-ranging, and some of them, I think seem to me arbitrary. I feel like they are without pattern and kind of all over the place. And, particularly in the way that historically they were used to limit residential density to less than what the underlying zone actually would allow. I just don't think that is a way to move forward in our city. They have declined in use over time, and I think that is evidence that we do have those other tools at our disposal. And we've developed a lot in our code in terms of our zoning code or our building code to mitigate any factors that would arise, that we would need an individual limitation on. As we heard tonight from public testimony, they're very hard to look up and keep track of, and for folks to know what those property restrictions actually are. And so, I think that no longer using these going forward would be good, and in the future where we need to make amendments to our zoning code, we can do so. And really those things should be focused on protection of health and safety, not on more arbitrary things. And we got to get away from, every time someone wants to build housing in our city, that it's this negotiation with those that are opposed. Here's the zone. Here's what you can do on your property. That's the direction that we need to move in. So I urge your support. Also do want to point out, as Member Brawley said, this does have the findings. We received them kind of late breaking, but from the Planning and Zoning Commission, they did ultimately recommend their support, and it also has the support of the Planning Department as well, and they wrote a great staff report memo too. So just want to highlight that because I think that there's some welcome alignment on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vullen. Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. It isn't often that we find the Assembly, Planning and Zoning Commission, Planning Department in alignment around things, and so it is good to hear and to track that. I just wanted to draw attention to folks in the packet. You find the attachments with different areas of the city and the maps that the sponsors provided, and for folks to pay attention to attachment 5, which is the Muldoon area. And oh boy, if you look at the maps and special limitations on Muldoon, what the heck was going on? And so I'll tell you what was going on. About a decade ago, SLs were used more frequently in a range of things, but along the Muldoon corridor, there was some understanding that the SLs were used to meet AKDOT's requirements to limit access. Essentially, the development of our community, tapped on with some special limitations, was a result of the state and their control over the road not wanting us to grow. And I think that's problematic. So when I see a tool that is used to limit growth and not make it better, I think that's a problem. I think that we have heard today that there are new tools. The SLs are not a critical thing to have at this point because there are other ways we can get at the various questions of usage and access. But I just wanted to point out that from my vantage point, development has been stymied in northeast Anchorage and on Muldoon and probably other areas too because of special limitations and the pressures to have them because of the state. I'd like to turn the tides around and send a message to the state that they will now begin to see us developing these areas, and they should come along us as partners, not as limiters of our growth. So I'll be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I have myself in the queue.
Salato?
Thank you, Member Brawley. So first, I want to excuse me, thank Graham Downing in the Mayor's Office and Ms. Babb at the Planning Department and the Title 21 Working Group. We've been trying to figure out good process moving forward about how members can bring items, excuse me, and create a runway so there's enough time for planning and zoning to review something without members necessarily having to appear as case applicants. And this is a good example. I think this is the second time we've managed to do this and provide enough runway. So I think we're starting to get our feet under us in a good working relationship on how members' ideas can work, knowing that we still want to have the Planning and Zoning Commission weigh in. So thanks for facilitating that. That has been really helpful. For me, being a sponsor of this item, it's really about getting rid of what I think of as bespoke zoning. That is what special limitations are. They become very particular to an individual parcel based on a very limiting set of circumstances with a process to change or remove them that is onerous, to say the least. To rezone a property is one of the most burdensome entitlement processes we have in the municipality when we have many other regulatory tools at our disposal, whether it's a site plan review, a conditional use permit, or others. So I think this streamlines, cuts that red tape, lets us be nimble, and also lets us be more consistent. We have zoning districts, we have underlying zoning. That should be the presumption, absent pretty exceptional circumstances. So I look forward to your support of this item. I think it's a step in the right direction and really modernizes our zoning code. Thank you. Ms. Bronga?
Thank you, Chair. I wish that we had this Bible sooner so that I could have a chance to read it. I do want to spend some time looking through this. I'm hearing that it says that the Planning and Zoning agrees with you, but I really wish I could take a moment to look through this before I make a vote. The other thing that I wanted to ask is, and I've brought this up before, there is a SL area in Chugach Foothills that was put in so the houses could be closer together. The special limitations on it, they had to put a little park area in between all the housing. They had to put access into Chugach Foothills Park from the development. So I guess my question would be, that must have come from neighbor concerns that, yes, we want this development, but this is a lot of people. So there's also 2 entrances and exits from the neighborhood. How would, you say it could be done through a code change, how would a neighborhood ensure that a development is built in a way that's conducive to the harmony of the neighborhood? This turned out very nice. How would they do that without a special limitation at this point?
If my co-sponsors are okay with me answering, I would say they would likely use a planned unit development, which is its own process to consider high-density neighborhood amenities. And the planning director is here, so she could certainly correct me if I am wrong, or if she wants to come forward and say something else. But we have newer tools that may not have existed back then, like the planned unit development.
And one more question I had is, in the work session, I believe I heard that this is just about no more new SLs going forward, that this is not taking away an SL that is in existence. And so I'm more comfortable with that. And then I guess the third thing that I should have thought of at the work session is I thought SLs were normally, there's a development there, or are there chunks of land that are undeveloped that have an SL on them already?
I would ask the planning director to come forward to answer that question. Welcome.
Thank you. Through the chair to Ms. Bronga, I'm Melissa Babb, the Municipal Planning Director. Yes, there are large tracts of land in the municipality that are undeveloped with SLs existing.
Thank you, Ms. Braga. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. First off, I just want to echo Member Braga's critique. It does feel a little unfair to have all of this handed to us just before the meeting. It's not really much of an opportunity to look at it and digest it. And I understand everyone's very busy, but this is information that I think would have been perhaps helpful in considering where to land on this issue. I'll say for my part, I see special limitations as a tool, and it's one that's clearly been abused in the past, and I think if we need to go back and look in places where it was and clean that up, I'm all for doing that work. But I also see, as with I think most tools, it comes down to how you use it, and my concern is that zoning doesn't contemplate every potential scenario, especially ones that perhaps have a meaningful impact beyond just what sort of neighborhood people want to see, but things that actually come down to safety or topography. So, my concern is while the intent is here to try and encourage more buildings to happen, that, as I think has been the case in some instances, will the effect in fact be different than what we're hoping here? I mean, in some cases I could see it where perhaps a rezone may be denied to upzone an area simply where a special limitation might have addressed a particular need that needed to be contemplated in that. So I'm still unsure what the actual consequence of this would be. I think if we had more time, I would have enjoyed an opportunity to interrogate that, but I'm not going to make a motion to that effect. I think I can see which way the winds are blowing here, and I'm not going to take up any more time with it, but I just wanted to state those concerns on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Brawley?
Thanks. I had a couple questions for Planning Department folks, for the director. So, and it's really, I think, summarizing the information in this packet, but the specific questions I have are, can you speak to, I know you guys did some research at other cities and what they do or don't do. If you could maybe summarize kind of what, whether you found other cities using this and if they don't, then what they use instead. And then second, if you could just briefly summarize, I guess, the total number of special limitations SLs that have been found and some of the kind of broad categories they're used for or have been used for in the past. Thanks.
Through the chair to Member Brawley, if it is okay with you, I might pass that over to my colleague, Daniel McKenna-Foster, to answer. He's the one who went through all of the SLs. I've read them all and has all of that information for you.
Good evening, Daniel McKenna-Foster, Long Range Planning Department. Yeah, thank you. First, to the first question, and I apologize for the materials coming as they did. We were figuring out timelines and trying to make everything work with the noticing. We were fortunate to go to Planning and Zoning twice. They had a lot of discussion, first in November 18th and then again on December 9th. So a lot of synthesizing that information. But on the memo to them on December 9th, we talk about how we did contact a number, or try to contact a number of other cities and just hear about, whether they're using something like this or not. Some cities are, I think, maybe it's Tacoma or Spokane, Tucson, but other cities said, as we've done zoning updates, we're kind of moving away from that. You can see Boise said that. Reno, Nevada doesn't do that. Juneau doesn't do it. And in Great Falls, they didn't do it. So we're waiting to hear back from more, but those are the only ones we heard from. But generally, we haven't found. At least one of them said, we're trying to move away from these because they kind of look like development agreements. I'm trying to move to a more sort of standardized approach so that people coming into the process have a standardized expectation of the outcome. And to the second question, which I believe was how many there are and what kind of things they cover, we've kind of gone back and forth. We started with a big number that was something like 500 because we had a list that said every type of thing that an SL regulated. Then we refined that list when we went to the map, which I think is the best record of where they all exist. But then we ran into another, so now I'd say they're somewhere between 300 and 400. And it's difficult to say because sometimes one SL or one assembly ordinance will apply to 3 different districts. It'll create an R3 SL, a B3 SL, and something else. So we haven't quite figured out how to categorize that. It's one AO, but is that multiple SLs? It is essentially multiple districts. And then there's some other difficult ones. There's one up by the Glen Highway. It's an original SL from 1979, and it says you can have all uses except for, multifamily or something like that. And then in 1990, they amended it with another ordinance, because of course to amend an SL, you have to go through the full rezone. And that they added a single use, a church and synagogue use. So that one's also hard. Is that 2 SLs or 1 SL? It's 2 AOs, but it's 1 district. So that's why there's some variation in the numbers. In terms of what they cover, you can see in any of the, sort of on this page, special limitations, what they can do in code. Change uses, require design requirements, require time, require public improvements, that sort of thing. In general, they really do cover a really wide range of things. There are specific height limits, density limits, housing types limits, use limits, certain measurements of height, and as Member Martinez mentioned, a lot of stuff about access. And in certain areas, you can kind of see that different SLs maybe applied for different things. In the Muldoon area, there are a lot that say you can only take access off of DeBar, you can only take 2 access off of Muldoon. In Midtown, you see a lot more that are really use-specific as things were going from maybe R3 to B3, and a lot of site plan reviews. So, and that's another thing, and you'll see in here, you'll see a chart which shows that over time the use has decreased. We've been kind of looking at that as the code sort of incorporated these things into it, like site plan reviews and different more sort of calibrated use tables. It does seem to have addressed some of those. And even some of them, Midtown has struggled traditionally, at least the planning department, trying to figure out how do you keep a lot of land that's residential from going to commercial? And, the R3A and R4A zones were a response to that, sort of doing a lot of things that SLs previously did.
Thank you. That thoroughly answers my questions. And then I'll just briefly add some research that I did, with my planning background. There's a project at a university called the Zoning Atlas, and essentially it's a research project to systematically catalog every zoning code in the United States, which has never been done before. They actually just recently did Alaska's codes, really to be able to do a massive comparison that's never been done in planning practice. And I reached out to those folks a few months ago and asked, have you seen special limitations? Like, are there any other examples of this? And I had to explain to those folks who had been cataloging hundreds of zoning codes what special limitations actually does. And so, I just want to emphasize this is not standard planning practice, and I hope that we can bring our city more into standard practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Boland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in a couple of the comments that were received in the packet, I think there was a letter from Rabbit Creek Community Council, a letter from John Whittleton. I guess the point that they raised was, it's a tool, as was said here on the dais. I guess my question is sort of like, okay, well, a tool for who? Like, who's benefiting from the tool? I think it would be an interesting thing to try to unpack there. But one of the other points that was raised was, well, these things can be sort of like part of a negotiation process to allow more permissive density or use than what the zoning code, the underlying zoning, would actually allow. Almost like they're special permissions instead of special limitations. And so I guess when I read that, I don't necessarily buy that, but I'm not necessarily an expert. And so I guess I would just turn it over to the planning department representatives here tonight. When you look at the list that you've compiled of the special limitations, and I know that you guys are going to be doing maybe an even deeper dive here in the near future, but do you think that the majority of these have been used to allow more permission or have been used to create further restrictions? Do you feel like you have a sense of that?
Through the chair to Member Voland, that's a complicated question, really, because in some ways maybe they allowed rezones that would not have happened otherwise, and so maybe that could be considered a more permissive environment. But when it comes to the limitations themselves, as far as I know, and I would ask you to confirm this, they are all restrictions. And do you want to jump in?
If I could, to the chair again, Daniel McKenna Foster, Long Range Planning. There are some examples where it's going from a relatively low flexibility zone, like a R1 or R6, up to R3, which is a more flexible zone. And that does look like it's relatively more flexible. But I think the key is looking at what the special limitations applied to that rezone then are. One of them, 1984-21, is the AO number. So that rezones to an R3, but it also requires a two-phase site plan review. It limits some of the uses. So sometimes it'll go to a nominally more flexible zone, but with many more limitations on that zone. So it's kind of hard to say, is an R3 that only allows one or two uses and requires a site plan review more flexible than an R1 necessarily? So I think in general, SLs, just because they are called special limitations, do tend to impose limitations, although yes, they have been a tool, and we've mentioned that, it's been a tool to relieve pressure, right? And it's a very real that people feel that need. But yeah, it's difficult to say if something is getting upzoned, but if it's upzoned and then the special limitations are there's so many of them that it almost is a different type of zone that might even be more restrictive or differently restrictive than another comparative zone without the SL. It's just really hard to say, I guess.
I appreciate that answer, and I know that it is complicated. And I guess that is just what brings me back to this total unpredictability, because I'm aware of a special limitation in Government Hill that took R3 zoning and said, and this is, behind this is like multifamily dense housing, and I think there was even public money that was used for this development. But they took R3 zoning and said you have to have 2,000 square feet, single-family home, like a minimum square footage, and I believe it was 2,000, and you had to have a two-car garage. And so that's an instance where you're like severely restricting what you should be able to do with the underlying zoning. And just the way that these things have been so contradictory and all over the map, again, I think calls for a reliance on other tools that are more specific, less arbitrary, and easier to look up and have record of. So thank you. With that, I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bullen. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. And I think my question sort of follows somewhat Member Vollen's line of questioning. So for the planning department, we can see some pretty, broad trends in terms of how many SLs there have been by decade, from 130 in the 80s all the way down to just 9 in the 2020s, so just 1 or 2 a year. Can you speak to why we're seeing fewer, and then also with that, maybe explain how they're being applied? I mean, we pointed some horror stories, right, from 30, 40 years ago, where I think almost anyone here would say they were used in a way that none of us really agreed was appropriate, but are there differences in how we are utilizing them today as opposed to way back when?
Based on the trends over the years, I think that there are some differences. Back 20 or 30 years ago, I believe that they were used more as a replacement for pieces of code that should have existed perhaps and eventually did exist. So you'll see that a lot of the older SLs encompass things like stream bank protection and other things that we have in code now that were adopted over time based on those trends. So they've evolved into code. And so now we're seeing fewer of them, and they seem to be more likely to be used in situations where there is a community negotiation about the rezone process itself. So that, like Daniel was saying, they relieve a little bit of pressure and provide options for the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Assembly to allow a rezone into a zone that will permit a development that the rezone may not have happened otherwise.
So you're saying in some of these cases, especially the more recent cases, they've allowed a development that might not have gone forward otherwise. So I understand this is somewhat speculative because we're looking retrospectively. Could it then be inferred that, but for some of those limitations, some of these developments might not have ultimately moved forward, that have in fact been allowed because we had SLs available as a tool?
Speculatively, yes, I think that is possibly true. But then that speaks to a larger issue that is, if that was required for that process, does that mean that perhaps our zoning code and our land use plan map are not meeting the needs of the community? And perhaps those are the items that should have been addressed rather than the using a special limitation on that particular rezone.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, thank you. I see no one else in the queue. Let me just double check. Oh,
Members
sorry,
Alto.
Mr. Solt, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So another question for the administration. So we're talking about the past, but do we see a potential use for special limitations going forward to continue to handle those one-off unique situations? And I guess what I would get at is this still a tool that we want to keep at our disposal? Thank you.
Through the chair to Member Solt, the planning department would prefer to eliminate this as a tool for several different reasons. We believe that those situations that these special limitations have been used for in the past could be solved with other tools that we have at our disposal, such as plat notes or conditional uses. We would very much like to see the city stop creating new zoning districts. As Member Brawley pointed out earlier, we now technically have well over 300 different zoning districts in Anchorage. So it is a tool. It has been used for those purposes in the past, but the planning department would prefer to see it eliminated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. All right, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
excuse me, AO 2024-99 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14C, resolution number AR 2024-335, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 1547 Technicians. Public hearing on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion? I will just briefly share, I heard that it was a good negotiation and everyone seems to be quite satisfied. So seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
A vote of 11 to 0 and the youth member votes.
Yes.
Resolution AR 2024-335 has passed the body. Next is item 14D, resolution number AR 2024-338, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and Public Employees 71, L71. Public hearing on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion on the item? Any discussion at all? All right, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
Resolution AR 2024-338 has passed the body. Next, we have a supplemental item to read into the record, and then we will turn, it is supplemental to 14E. So I'm actually going to read the title for 14E, then read the supplemental item, and then we'll open the public hearing. So 14E is ordinance number AO 2024-114, an ordinance adopting the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan to update the Girdwood Area Plan. The supplemental item that is laid on the table is AO 2024-114S, an ordinance adopting the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan to update the Girdwood Area Plan and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Land Use Planning Section 21.01.080B.1, Table 21.01-1, Comprehensive Plan Elements. At this time, the public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Welcome. You have 3 minutes, and if you could state your name and state where you're from.
Sure. My name is Mike Edgington from Girdwood. I'm speaking as the chair of the Imagine Girdwood nonprofit that sponsored this work. It's a 6-year project, maybe 8, depending how you count, almost 30. This was the third attempt to update Girdwood's comprehensive plan. So I'm going to try and put 6 years worth of work into about 3 minutes. Apologies if I speak fast. Quick thing is I really urge you to start with and support the S version. I hear there may be some amendments coming forward in the future, in which case I hope we get the opportunity to speak to those amendments. But I think the S version does represent the core of what Girdwood is asking for. Again, we've waited. The current plan is 30 years old. We've spent many years working on this. I think it would be appropriately respectful to start with the S version. You may hear some concerns about some of the other suggestions that have come from, particularly from planning and zoning, from other people, but I'm going to try and concentrate on some positives. What this plan does is, well, first of all, it's had extensive community engagement. I think I counted conservatively over 900 different people being involved in developing this plan out of a population of about 2,100. So that's over 40% of the population, which is a higher percentage of the population that votes in most municipal elections. We had three different town halls, multiple workshops, a very widely engaged community survey, 2 full rounds of drafts, public comments and revisions just within the Girdwood community, followed by votes of support by our community council equivalent and by our elected body. It's got a lot of support within the community. There are several policy areas, and I'm just going to highlight a couple of quick ones of those. One of them is around housing. We're proposing basically residential housing almost everywhere except for industrial zoning. We're proposing a change in the type of zoning to something which more closely matches what Girdwood wants or what Girdwood needs, where there's no regulation on front doors and density on front doors. There is a note that will come in the future about how that relates to density. We're promoting a walkable community. We're promoting economic development in terms of both more workforce housing and more commercial land. There are many, many positives in this particular proposal. I urge you to support the S version. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgington. Mr. Johnson, you're in the queue.
Oh, sorry. My plan was to speak on it after public testimony.
Okay, great. Don't let me forget to turn to you. All right, anyone else here in the room? Great. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Brian Burnett, Girdwood Board of Supervisors. I respectfully request 5 minutes. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Brian Burnett. I am speaking before you this evening and as elected a member of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors and to speak in support of the S version of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan. I'm a longtime resident of Girdwood. In addition to my new status as a member of GBOS, I'm on the board of directors of the Girdwood Nordic Ski Club, Girdwood Trails Committee, I have been connected to this community since before the earthquake. I live, work, and play in Girdwood. The Girdwood Comprehensive Plan is a holistic and genuine effort by the residents of Girdwood. Over 40% of our residents have contributed to this plan, participating in surveys, work sessions, town halls, publicly noticed meeting. This plan represents a multi-year effort with thousands of hours of volunteer time that produced the draft in front of us today. The Girdwood Board of Supervisors has resolved that the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan represents a thoroughly considered and coherent vision from the broad community for how the growth of Girdwood should be managed. The Girdwood Comprehensive Plan expresses a set of policies, goals, and implementation actions consistent with the community vision, a land use plan, and our priorities. The complex issues of envisioning growth and development in Girdwood have challenged us in a good way to bring the best ideas and practices forward, charting a path, taking action to enhance our community for decades to come. The plan before you details Girdwood as a livable community with a resort, not merely a resort town. The plan reinforces Girdwood's identity as an outdoor recreation community, shifting from a historically resort-centric perspective to emphasize broader economic diversification and livability for our residents. The plan is pro-housing. It prioritizes community housing, emphasizing better utilization of existing stock and planning for low-impact and mixed-impact residential development. The plan is pro-economic development, aiming to expand beyond tourism to include diverse economic opportunities. The plan is pro-recreation and tourism, planning for sustainable development to enhance both local recreation and tourism appeal. The Girdwood Comprehensive Plan incorporates the approved Girdwood Trails Plan. The plan transportation goals encourage multimodal connectivity for a more integrated and accessible community. Environmental sustainability goals highlight the local environment as a core economic and cultural asset to be preserved. The land use planning allocates approximately 500 acres for future housing and commercial needs, simplifying zoning categories to integrate mixed-use development. The Girdwood Comprehensive Plan focuses on shaping the community's future while balancing growth, sustainability, and maintaining our unique character. Recent recommendations from Planning and Zoning Commission that change land use designation in critical recreation areas are in conflict with the S version of the plan and contrary to public interest. I am referring to parcels of public land to the north of the Girdwood Airport and land south of Timberline Drive. This public land that the residents in Girdwoods have identified for recreational opportunities not to be commercially developed. Keeping this public land designated for recreational pursuits will act as an economic driver, improve life in the community, and be consistent with our identity as an outdoor recreation community. This plan is a once-per-generation opportunity to provide a big-picture outlook into how Girdwood can and should develop as a community. Ultimately, the policy direction of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan should reflect the will of Girdwood residents. We will bear the financial, social, and environmental costs of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan into the future. I appreciate this opportunity to speak in support of this S version of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan, and I look forward to future collaboration with this body as we implement a successful plan for Girdwood, Alaskans, and our visitors.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else here wish to speak in the room? All right. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes, and where you're from.
Thank you. My name's Deb Essex. I'm a resident of Girdwood. I'm president of the Nordic Ski Club, and I'm a former owner-manager of a helicopter company in Girdwood. I also support the version S of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan, and it's particularly about one item. The community purposely voted to change the land use designation of HLB parcel 6-011, or what everybody's calling the land north of the airport, from resort to open space, so that would be aligned with the Girdwood Trails Plan. And it would recognize why resort no longer fit after 30 years of our old land use plan. It's got a very expensive infrastructure cost, over $8 million in comparison to the Alberg Road extension, established aviation noise abatement corridor, it has established historical trails, and it also has an HLB-approved Nordic multi-use trail system. But after we submitted our plan, the Anchorage Planning changed that designation of open space to mixed use the week that it was heading into planning and zoning. And I, like many Gerwood community members, were a bit shocked because we didn't realize that the plan could be redlined to that extent. I couldn't attend the planning and zoning hearing, but I listened while they were questioning, well, if people are against this and want this to be open space, then where is everybody? You know, they were trying to guess, was it meeting fatigue or were they just not aware? And I answered to my laptop that day, but I can answer to you now. Me, just like the other 900 participants of the comprehensive plan, we thought we had done our job. It's 6.5 years and hundreds of hours. We weren't at the planning and zoning hearing because we thought the comprehensive plan was being presented as we had written it. We thought that that plan was our seat at the table, so to speak. When they switched that designation of that parcel stating that, you know, the property owner had approved the development plans designating it open space would now be detrimental to the public interest and the community welfare of Girdwood. Well, the property owner of that parcel is still the public. It is a developable parcel, but it's the second most expensive development parcel as mentioned by HLB's report, which to us ranks it very low on suitability for residential development. In the comprehensive plan, we designated expensive parcels as open space and focused more on affordable parcels for residential development. Not to mention that parcel is the direct approach and departure for the Girdwood Airport. Has Planning Department discussed this aviation noise abatement corridor being eliminated and traffic patterns being altered for residential housing? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the room? All right. Have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Good evening. I'm Chase Berenson. I live in Girdwood, and I'm here to strongly recommend support of the S version. You know, this is an update to a plan from 1995, so we're 2 weeks away from 30 years. This isn't something we as a community get to do often. But we filled that knowledge gap by working together over many years. We also hired a third-party consultant expert to help and leaned on municipal staff. Throughout that process, over 900 community members participated in town hall gatherings, online meetings, Zoom calls, meetings in the public, all sorts of events. We had every draft posted on the website of all our documents, and if someone didn't have the internet, they could find the paper copies of the drafts at the library. In contrast, planning and zoning also doesn't do this often, and in the minimal time they spent with the document, they submitted amendments that were against Girdwood's desires. And I feel like I can personally speak to going against Girdwood's desires, as I live in a neighborhood that shouldn't exist. There are 9 units in our neighborhood, and it was granted a planning and zoning exemption to be built with more units than could fit on the land, specifically for the need to alleviate Girdwood's housing crisis. Of the 9 units, my wife and I are the only resident, so there's 1 occupied unit in this neighborhood. That's about the same that would fit in a single-family home. We don't have neighbors, we have neighboring investment owners. When we walk our street, we see empty houses, dark windows, and quiet yards. Unless it's a Friday or Saturday night, when there's a little more activity than we might want. But at 11 a.m. every Sunday, Airbnb's checkout time hits and all the cars stream out our road and leave. I don't think that's exactly what planning and zoning had in mind when they granted that exemption. But that's what happens when the muni operates on standards of what works in the rest of the Anchorage Bowl without considering the Girdwood's uniqueness. The last time I had the pleasure to speak to the Assembly, an Assembly member told me that any house built in Girdwood is a Girdwood home. I think my neighborhood proves that that might not be true. And I think it's an example of what happens when we don't consider the uniqueness of Girdwood when we make Anchorage-based decisions. And you know, now that I think about it, my aside isn't that too far off topic, because we have here a draft document created by the community that, in addition to covering numerous other topics, also has several pages of suggestions of what could help with the housing crisis in Girdwood. So again, I encourage you to support the S version created by the community with Planning and Zoning's approved amendments. Thank you for your time and for what you do with the municipality and for representing the couple thousand constituents in Girdwood. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else here in the room? All right. Folks could kind of come down because we do have quite a phone list as well. So if you could please state your name, what part of town you're from, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Barbara Cruz, Girdwood resident, Chair of the Girdwood Trails Committee. Girdwood Trails Committee supports the designation of open space for the area north of the airport, which is what is included in the S version of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan. Back before any of you were even on the assembly, before COVID, before Pomeroy bought Alyeska Resort, Girdwood was planning trails in Area 1. The Girdwood Nordic Ski Club presented a plan for a forest loop trail to the Trails Committee in 2016. There were lengthy discussions over the proposal, and the community's primary concern was whether the trail should have a narrow footprint or a width of 20 feet to allow for grooming equipment. Then in 2019, the Trails Committee started work on the Girdwood Trails Plan. Area 1 generated a lot of discussion again, and attendance at Trails meetings soared from our usual placid 8 people to over 100, which would be like 15,000 people coming to your assembly meetings. Much of the discussion was about whether trails in the area were to be indistinct or obvious. So I tell you these 2 stories just to give you an idea, an illustration of how passionate people are in Girdwood about their trails and their wild spaces. The approved Girdwood Trails Plan has Area 1 as the nexus of Girdwood's trail system. This area has the only easy-to-find trailhead parking lot, and it has easy access for hotel guests. It includes plans for both the Forest Loop Trail and for a trail along Glacier Creek that will create a stunning loop trail with the very popular Winter Creek Trail. Area 1 is unique in that it is a dry wetland, or a dry upland. This is important because it allows for the development of sustainable all-season trails. Without Area 1 as open space, there will be no new summer trails built in the Upper Valley, as the surrounding area is all wetland meadows. Pomeroy likes to say that they have incorporated trails from the Trails Plan into their Alyeska Master Plan. However, Girdwood's outdoor-loving community is not going to be interested in hiking through a housing development. And the Trails Committee and Nordic Ski Club are not going to invest time and money into developing trails if they are going to be traversing a housing development. The Girdwood Comprehensive Plan is the result of extensive public participation and hard-won consensus. It is an accurate reflection of what our community wants. Please support the adoption of version S of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wish to speak? Truly, folks, please come on down, all the way down toward the front if you're planning to speak, because we still also have a number of people on the phone. All right, welcome. Please state your name.
Thank you. My name's Kirk Hessel, resident of Girdwood. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I've lived full-time in Girdwood since 1989. I'm also president and CEO of Alaska Wildland Adventures, a tour company based in Girdwood and operating there since 1977. I'm here to urge you to take the additional time to fully understand and then adopt the S version of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan. I'm very concerned that the recommendations of the Planning Department go too far in developing our valued open space. Think about this. Where else can you find a neighborhood of a city that is separated from its downtown by at least 20 miles of a wilderness state park, that is nestled in a narrow and scenic valley, that is surrounded by miles and miles of rugged terrain, that is immersed in the northernmost extension of a temperate rainforest, where physical and environmental challenges to development are seemingly ever present? Probably nowhere, and that is why Girdwood deserves unique land management considerations when planning its future. What makes Girdwood a great place to live and work and visit it is that it strikes a very complementary balance between the built environment and open spaces. Yes, more development is desirable and appropriate to provide adequate workforce housing, homes for year-round residents, and continued economic development. The S version adds 500 acres of developable land while it continues to provide for a reasonable balance. But we should not remove two critical tracts of open space, the mitten-shaped tract immediately north of the airport and the triangle-shaped tract east of Glacier Creek and north of Virgin Creek. These areas have been enjoyed for generations by residents and visitors alike. Places like the Enchanted Forest, Secret Meadow, and Stumpy's Trail cannot be replaced once they're built upon. Strategic open space in and around a community provides tremendous economic value, compelling visitors to make their home and compelling residents to make their home and compelling visitors to come and stay even longer, spending more time and money in Girdwood and Anchorage. Trails already exist in these areas and more are planned, which would open opportunities for even more use and greater economic value. Recreation use is a valid form of economic development. This is not a case of development versus preservation. This is one form of economic development versus a more compatible form. In closing, I grew up in the 60s and 70s, and I keep thinking about the haunting lines of a Joni Mitchell song. They paved paradise, and he put up a parking lot with a pink hotel, a boutique, and a swinging hot spot. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? They paved paradise, and he put up a parking lot. Let's protect the values of Girdwood and also the open space that we enjoy today, not wish that we had done so tomorrow. That's our opportunity. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. This body might need to go up and look up that reference. All right, welcome. 3 minutes. Please stay where you're from.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Brodeen, and I've been a full-time resident of Girdwood for 50 years. I met my husband there, we raised a family, and we're general contractors with a design-build company for 39 years. We built about 70 homes in Girdwood, including
Pardon
three
me,
condominium projects.
would you mind pulling the mic to your, there you go, because I can't hear you. Thanks.
Okay. As well as 3 condominium projects. Also the firehouse, the mercantile, Chair 5, the Challenge Building, and more. I'm giving this background so everyone knows I am not opposed to development in the Girdwood Valley, and I understand the benefits of development that meets the needs of the community. I'm asking you to please support the S version that is before you tonight. I was involved in the 1987 Turnagain Armed Comprehensive Plan, the 1995 Girdwood Area Plan, and have been part of the various attempts at updating the area plan over the past several years, including the final draft of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan. I would like to specifically address HLB parcel 6-011, that area northeast of the airport referred to as the Mitten. This area is in the middle of the most cherished area in Girdwood, and I'd like to respectfully disagree with planning's reasons for recommending it be designated mixed use rather than open space. Planning stated that, and I quote, Girdwood has a shortage of land for development and it would be detrimental to the public interest and welfare of the community to provide a land use designation of open space to properties of Girdwood that are actually more suitable for development, unquote. Actually, Girdwood has roughly, I think, about 500 acres of developable land, and we only need an estimated 100 acres or so to satisfy the demand. Taking away this incredibly valuable piece of land in the heart of our trail system to build houses that will never be affordable to anyone but the very elite is really what would be detrimental to the public interest and the welfare of the community. I served as chair of Girdwood Trails Committee for 18 years, including the recent years when we were tasked by the Muni to develop a trails master plan. As we worked on the plan, it became obvious how important our trails and open spaces were to the residents of Girdwood. Our meetings usually had 50 to 100 people attending. The meetings would last 3 or 4 hours, sometimes meetings twice a month as we worked to find compromise, especially in this area. The discussions and debates were about how many trails and where to have which developed and less developed, or more developed and less developed trails, allowing everyone to recreate as they choose. In the Girdwood Trail Plan that was approved by the Assembly, the forests and meadows of parcel 6-011 are home to Enchanted Forest, Stumpy's Summer Trail, Stumpy's Winter Trail, the Forest Loop, Secret Meadow Trail, Canyon Rim Trail, and countless quiet places to explore. It provides an experience second to none for both residents and visitors alike, all within a stone's throw of the resort. Please approve the S version and designate this very special area as open space. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else like to speak? Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you're from.
Hello, my name is Tim Sharnan. I'm a member of the HLB Commission, but I'm here tonight expressing my private opinion as a citizen of Girdwood. I'm asking tonight not just for your support of the S version of the comprehensive plan, but also ask that you validate the exhaustive public input and effort that's gone into this consensus plan. The S version of the plan represents the input of hundreds of residents, thousands of hours of public involvement, and several years of public consensus building. Time and time again, the community has stayed engaged in this effort because they are passionate about how land use designation affects their lives. One area in particular has captured their attention, the land north of the airport. You've heard tonight, it's commonly known as the Upper Meadows, the Mitten, the Enchanted Forest, or simply Stumpy's Trail. When the draft plan, as recommended by the Planning Commission also, showed that this area was recommended for mixed use, the community was enraged. It is one of the most popular areas in the valley for winter recreation. It's a place that families who cannot afford lift tickets at Alyeska can enjoy family time outdoors. It's a place where our school and our Nordic Ski Club teach children. It's a place of immense natural, recreational, and community value. Close to 100 comments were received, 100 comments urging that this area remain open space. I worked for 30 years for the U.S. Forest Service, building public consensus and public planning. I've never seen a single issue so galvanize public input as this. The S version of the plan reflects this sentiment. It retains this area as open space, and it reflects the overwhelming consensus of the community. I urge the Assembly to maintain this area as open space in whatever final form of the plan that may be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else like to speak? Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you're from.
My name is Patty Hamry. I'm born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. My first photograph on Mount Alyeska was December 10th, 1959. I'm a retired public educator and have taught in Title I schools in East Anchorage, and have written grants for school kids to go down Turnagain Arm. And we've gone on hikes up the Winter Creek Trail, and Alyeska Resort has also sponsored some of those field trips so the kids could learn about engineering. I urge you to support the S version today. I feel really strongly about this, and my dad was on the assembly with George Sullivan. And so his name was Sewell Faulkner, Stumpy. And I had the beauty of watching him help you do as a forerunner. And he helped create the trail that goes down Chester Creek and Campbell Creek from Campbell Airstrip to the inlet. Later on, Laney Fletcher and the Knowles administration created the Coastal Trail. That today is used for the Iditarod, for Ferrandi, for the Women's Run, for a lot of our community events. My parents divorced and my dad moved to Girdwood. And so he was an avid Nordic skier and downhill skier, and he took us up the valley all the time and created the Stumpy Trail and the Rim Trail. And we skied on the Forest Mitten Loop Trail when we were kids. My niece, Kristen Faulkner, just won 2 gold medals. And she was raised skiing and hiking in Girdwood. It's the crown jewel of South Central. We should all be in the mountains. Our children, all of our school kids should be going down Turnagain Arm in school buses and skiing at Hilltop and then skiing at Alyeska. It's gorgeous. It's the crown jewel. And so some of the red lines from planning and zoning or wherever they came from, I don't know, cut the artery of trails that the Trails Committee and the comprehensive plan people wrote. Hours and hours of exhaustive of community consensus building. And so I urge you to please listen to the leaders. These are all the community leaders here in Girdwood. And I invite you on a field trip. Please come to Girdwood on New Year's or right after New Year's, and we'll take you skiing and hiking up the valley, on the meadows, and on the trails that are proposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else? All right. Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you're from.
Thank you. My name is Paul Cruz. I've been a full-time resident of Girdwood since 1970. I wish to address the amendment concerning Area 2. Area 2 is within easy walking distance from the majority of our homes. Our residents have said that they wish to recreate outdoors without always using their cars to go to expensive trailheads. Most of Area 2 does not offer practical development opportunities. The majority of the land is too steep or is too wet for development. Area 2 contains a grove of enormous hemlock trees that are likely the largest trees in the municipality. They should be protected for the public to enjoy. Girdwood recognizes that proper assignment of municipal lands will be the key to economic success of the community. Tourism and skiing will be very important for Girdwood economy for decades into the future. Girdwood hosts thousands of our Anchorage neighbors who wish to enjoy outdoor recreation opportunities many days during the year. A long-term goal of our trails plan is to create a walkable and rideable community that we can enjoy, and our visitors can experience Girdwood's natural environment with a short walk from town center's excess parking. I've been a professional in the ski industry for over 50 years. I witnessed the development of our nation's ski area towns. Some towns developed nicely, but unfortunately, many did not. This is a one-shot deal. Let's not mess this up. Please do not approve the Planning and Zoning Staff Analysis Area 2 amendment. The Girdwood community has discussed Area 2 extensively and decided it should be open space, not homes. Area 2 has been zoned for recreation since 1995. Please give us what our community desires. Planning and Zoning has identified other locations that are suitable for housing. The ski area will soon offer hundreds of new housing opportunities. Area 2 should be Girdwood Central Park. Please do not approve Area 2 amendment. Good public policy recognizes that it's better to keep certain lands in the public domain. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else here in the room? Welcome. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome. Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Crystal Hoke, and I live in Girdwood. I have lived in Girdwood for 11 years, and I would say, more than half of the time, I've been aware of the area plan and the update, and have seen so many people in my community raise money, spend hours and hours in meetings working on this. I feel like this is a really great document that just has a lot of consensus building. For me specifically, when I saw the vegetative buffers come out, I was like, oh no, this is going to be a problem. Because of those things, we were able to get people on board with putting, mixed density behind them, for instance. So keeping those trees, for me, is extremely important. Those trees are 4 times as old as I am. They are, 3 times as old as you guys. They are beautiful, and it's the reason why Girdwood looks that way. So if we cut them all down, we need to create these barriers. If you look at the Alyeska Basin neighborhood, they have these vegetative buffers built in, and the state of Alaska is who platted that land. They do, and if you look at any development that's done well, it includes vegetative buffers. And this includes Connie Yoshimura's development in Holton Hills. The vegetative buffer is humongous. If you're looking at the buffer between Crow Creek and where her development will be, it's huge. And so I think that what we're asking for is very realistic. When you take into consideration that Girdwood, privately owned, is 300 acres. On this plan includes 500 acres of developable land. So there's still plenty of places to develop. So, asking for these kind of consensus building tools is really important, and I am begging you not to butcher the plan that the community spent so much time building. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else here in the room? Welcome. Please state your name, where you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Willem Laurie, and I'm here tonight representing Alyeska Resort and our development efforts in Girdwood. I'm also here as an individual, someone who aspires to live and build a future in this community. From both perspectives, I'm speaking in strong support of the Glacier Creek Village development to provide housing, attainable housing, along with trails and other community benefits in the area north of the airport, otherwise known as the Mitten. From the resort's perspective, this project is part of a thoughtful and long-term area master plan that we've been working on for years. The area master plan was approved by Planning and Zoning in June of 2024. It's a plan that addresses nearly all of the issues raised in countless community meetings. The need for housing, workforce housing, community amenities, and sustainable growth that supports residents, businesses, and the overall economy. This project isn't just for current homeowners. It's for the many renters who dream of buying a home here but have been priced out of a hyper-competitive market. It's for business owners who want to see businesses thrive year-round. It's for the people who have had to watch their friends and family leave Girdwood because they couldn't find stable housing or a path to home ownership. Alyeska Resort is not a conventional developer. We're going to be here long after this project is completed. We're building workforce housing. We're donating land to the YMCA so that a community center can be built. We've donated land to Little Bears so that a daycare could be built, and 30% of our overall development is dedicated to workforce housing. But the success of these efforts depends on the Glacier Creek Village development moving forward. Without it, we would need to revisit our entire area master plan and likely reduce much of the proposed workforce housing into unrestricted market rate housing to make the project feasible. Glacier Creek Village is just 27 acres within a 215-acre parcel. It includes integrated trails and preserves significant open space. The development was completely redesigned around the Girdwood Trails plan so that both housing and trails could be built side by side. This is part of a larger vision that will place over $350 million into the Anchorage economy over the next 10 years and create meaningful opportunities for not just Girdwood residents, but for residents of Alaska. And I want to recognize something that often gets overlooked, is that many people in the community support this project. They understand the vision, what's at stake, and while others may argue that it's not what Girdwood wants, the truth is that they've been looking for a housing solution like this for many years. We're not trying to turn Girdwood into Vail, and it never will be. What we're trying to do is make Girdwood more sustainable so businesses can grow, so families can grow, and so the town itself can grow in a healthy way. Glacier Creek Village is a critical piece of that vision. I urge you to consider not just what this development means today, but what it means for the future of Girdwood, for renters, for families, for businesses, and for the next generation of residents who want to call this community home. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else here in the room? Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you're from.
I'm David Hamry, and I'm an owner of a business in Girdwood. Does that allow me 5 or just 3? 3. Fine. I just wanted to point out that I think you should not fall to the fear-mongering of the representative from Alyeska Resort. This is one small tract in a number of them. They already have come to the assembly before Pomeroy was there and bought land from the municipality of Anchorage. So he claims that this parcel without the so-called mitten, that their whole economics is not viable. Well, I challenge that, and I challenge them to lay the cards on the table with the community and show them that that's the case. I think a lot of what they are doing is quasi-self-serving. They bring workers from Eastern Europe. They need a place to put them, so they're going to build employee housing. There's a lot of disingenuity in what Mr. Laurie has to say, and I would urge you to not fall for that trap. I have sent you some testimony yesterday, written testimony. I've been a Girdwood resident or business owner since 1977. I've done a lot of functions there. I'm hoping that I have a pretty good handle on where the community is as of today. And I think you've largely heard for that story. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. All right. Anyone else in the room? Okay, we're going to turn to the phone list. If we could go ahead and call number 1 on the phone list, that would be really great. Hi, is this Brendan?
This is.
Hi, Brendan. This is Meg Zalatel with the Anchorage Assembly. We are taking public testimony on the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan. You have signed up for phone testimony. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hi, for the record, my name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian. I'm a Girdwood resident and business owner. I recommend that you accept for incorporation into the community's overall comprehensive plan, the S version of the Girdwood area plan. That is the version of the plan which Imagine Girdwood presented in May 2024 with some small changes and which Imagine and the Girdwood Board of Supervisors supported. Girdwood vision that set is there somebody clicking a phone?
It's not on our end. Please keep going. We can hear you.
Okay. Girdwood laid out a vision that set the stage for appropriate development, such as affordable housing, while maintaining its natural character within and around the community, including protecting prized places for wild nature and recreation and the community's forested small-town feel. As a longtime participant in the plan's development, I can say that there are elements of the plan and its process I find problematic. However, while recognizing those issues, on the balance, the S version of the plan is aligned with the Girdwood vision I just described and would allow for housing and other development while maintaining the community's character, which underpins the desire for people to live and visit Girdwood. P&P's more substantial suggested to the revisions to the plan presented to them, notably the changes to land use designation in areas 1, 2, and 3, changes which Imagine Girdwood and Girdwood's public bodies did not support, are a far cry away, however. Those changes would undermine the plan and run contrary to the idea of such a plan being attuned to the community's vision, and I doubt they could be defensively adopted. If we're going to have P&Z write our community's plans, then you're probably going to have to rewrite code and also acknowledge that we wasted Girdwood's and the Muni's time, money, and involvement for years. P&Z's larger suggested revisions would create an imbalanced, supermax ground disturbing plan for any old place rather than Girdwood specifically. People will not want to live or come to Girdwood here for Girdwood's beauty and recreation if the forests in the community have been cut down and the areas that people walk, hike, bike, and ski in are eliminated, and that's exactly what those larger changes would result in. The meeting has other goals beyond knocking down forests to develop resorts and erect new housing willy-nilly that will likely end up being financially unattainable dark second homes. Those other goals include, for example, affordability in housing, climate neutrality, and value and quality of life, such as providing for trails, open space, and walkability. One element of good community planning is keeping together that inseparable mix of allowing for new development that improves quality of life while ensuring maintaining what people like about their community already, and the larger P&Z recommendations run afoul of that basic tenet. So I'll conclude my testimony by reiterating the request that you adopt the Girdwood-approved S version of the plan, and thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we can call the next person on the phone list, please.
Hello.
Hi, Julie. This is Meg Zalatel with the Anchorage Assembly. We are taking public testimony on the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan to update the Girdwood Area Plan. You've signed up to testify. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead, state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Julie Raymond Jacobian. I'm a Girdwood resident and business owner, and I'm here to recommend that you accept the updated S version of the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan for incorporation into the Muni's overall comprehensive plan. That is the version of the plan which Imagine Girdwood presented in May 2024 with some small changes and which the Girdwood Board of Supervisors and Land Use Committee supported. The larger recommended changes by the Planning and Zoning Commission are unacceptable, poorly reasoned, and completely contrary to the vision for the community which Girdwood laid out. While I have concerns about elements of the Girdwood plan in terms of process and content, on the whole, the S version is generally aligned with the vision that Girdwood laid out and which maintains our community's unique natural qualities and opportunities that exist at our doorstep and which are the reason I chose to live here. Girdwood Valley is magical and a unique place which is home to our northernmost temperate rainforest. Please take seriously your stewardship responsibility to this place and adopt the S version. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go ahead and call the next number on the list.
The number you have dialed is not in service.
Why don't you go ahead and move to the next one? We can maybe circle back at the end.
Hello?
Hi, may I please speak with Michael?
This is Michael.
Hi, Michael. This is Meg Zalatel with the Anchorage Assembly. We are taking testimony on AO 2024-114, adopting the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan to update the Girdwood Area Plan. You've signed up to testify. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name is Mike Davidson. I'm a resident of Girdwood. I want to thank the Assembly for taking the time to hear everyone, and I appreciate all the hard work as Assembly members that you put in the countless evening hours, your pillars of our community. The pillars of my portion of our community, Girdwood, predominantly are sitting in the room with you. We've heard from many of them tonight, and I would echo the message that they've all passed on, which is to support the S version of the ordinance in front of you. The Girdwood community put a tremendous amount of effort into developing a comprehensive plan. Many of the people in the room with you spent literally thousands of hours helping provide the leadership to develop that plan. I think as Ms. Cruz put it best, hard-fought consensus was achieved. I think it was a reasonable process in which not everyone saw exactly what they wanted, but as a community we were able to come together with a plan that everyone could agree to support moving forward. Unfortunately, the plan that emerged from Planning and Zoning doesn't look exactly like that hard-fought consensus that we achieved as a community. But fortunately, you have an opportunity with you, I believe, with the S version to support my small part of our community and the folks that have worked so hard to try and craft our future. Thanks very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, let's call the last number on the list, please.
Hello?
Hi, may I please speak with Biana?
This is she.
Hi, this is Meg Zalatel with the Anchorage Assembly. We are taking public testimony on AO 2024-114, ordinance adopting the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan to update the Girdwood Area Plan. You've signed up for public testimony. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, Assembly members. My name is Brianna Sullivan, and I am testifying on behalf of myself, a resident in Girdwood. I encourage your support of AO 2024-114S, which best reflects the extensiveness of Imagine Girdwood's work for over 5 years on the comprehensive plan and several of Planning and Zoning's recommendations. A few recommendations Planning and Zoning made that are not supported by Imagine Girdwood are items this group discussed and presented and received opposition by an overwhelming body of community. As a resident of Girdwood community for over a decade, I have witnessed an impressively wide spread of participation when it comes to this plan, especially when considering public comments, feedback, and public process. Huddle AK did a tremendous job on this project. Based on my participation in the Girdwood community with varying groups, ages, and interests, I feel the Imagine Girdwood supported AO is a representation of the community's desires. Moreover, these desires are not self-serving. These are thoughtful, future-minded views that collaborated into this massive document. The environment, recreation, climate, housing, economy, safety, and more are carefully considered. Many people pay attention in Girdwood, and we have caring individuals who submit their concepts, and we could not ask for a more far-reaching survey without paying people to volunteer their time to write comments, be informed, and attend meetings. What I'm saying is, at this point in the process, the S version encourages development in a manner that supports trail connectivity and the recreation-based economy here. Development will not be any less expensive if more areas farther from utilities are developed. Our community could be a much more attractive and hospitable tourism destination if we had more established trails and a walking-friendly community. Developing lands that aren't near the town's established utilities and essential services spreads housing farther. This also keeps more vehicles on the roads, which is so frustrating in a small town. Trails and open space support one another. More trails and pathways on lands ideal for recreation would be awesome. Someday, in another couple decades, when an updated plan is proposed, perhaps more housing and development could fit within the trail system if more growth is forecasted. Thank you, Assembly members, for your time and consideration in work sessions, reading, being thoughtful, and for your time tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we verified the number we had for the one gentleman is correct. You want to try it one last time?
The number you have dialed is not in service.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Johnson, and I will provide this name to you, Mr. Johnson, to see if you happen to know this individual who wishes to testify after the meeting. Mr. Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, with that, I would make a motion to continue the public hearing on this item to the meeting of January 21st.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of January 1st, made by Mr. Johnson and seconded by Mr. Martinez. Is 21st. 21st, yes. Thank you. For the 21st, Mr. Johnson, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. Just to kind of talk about the process that got us here and what we're expecting going forward. There's been a pretty robust conversation between myself, Imagine Girdwood, the administration, the planning department, and the real estate department since this ordinance was introduced a couple weeks ago. Members of the community have noted that planning came back with quite a few recommendations, ultimately around 11 recommendations of changes they wanted to see to the comprehensive plan. In the dialogue we've had since then, essentially Imagine Girdwood has come out and said, look, for 8 of those 11, we believe they are in alignment with the community's desires and intent. And this S version you see before you includes a revised version of the comprehensive plan that adopts, again, 8 of the 11 planning recommended changes. We don't have paper copies distributed today, but they are available digitally for everyone to take a look at. And the AM that is attached to the S version of this ordinance lays out which of those recommendations have been adopted into the S version. However, you can all look and you'll see that there are a few things the administration put forward as changes that are not included in this revised version. And there is an expectation that there will still be a desire to see some of those changes brought forward and possibly made to the comprehensive plan. However, my ask has been to the planning department and the real estate department to work to see where there is perhaps a compromise whereby they may be able to achieve some of the goals that they've laid out in this AO, while also tailoring them somewhat to better address some of the community's concerns. So the expectation is when this comes back before us at the second meeting in January is that we'll have the S version and we will in all likelihood see at least a couple amendments coming from the administration to make changes to the S version. And then some of those will probably be, again, similar in the spirit to what is in the original AO, but not in the revised comprehensive plan. So that is essentially the process we've laid out there in terms of why we're not doing that tonight when we talk to the planning department, because some of these changes they're contemplating are somewhat programmatically complex. They asked for this extra time to try and get the work done so that hopefully when they come back before us, they appear to have been well contemplated and more easy to comprehend than what is in the AO right here. So I will say to that end, we can expect that there will be a robust debate at the time when this is up for action. I will note for anyone who's been here, when this is open for public testimony again next month, it will only be an opportunity for people to speak to changes, not to speak again about the underlying plan. And then maybe a clarification coming from the chair with that. And I also want to let people know that that meeting in January is also where we have to make any final changes to the ballot for April. And those ballot changes are a must-pass item. This is not. So there is the possibility that may have to carry over to the next meeting in February if we just simply run out of time. Now, we've talked about it. We don't expect that possibility, but I know Girdwood is a long ways away from here, so I just wanted to make sure people are aware that that is not a probability, but something that could potentially happen. And I will leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Just a point of clarification, because the S version was here tonight, and many speakers already spoke to the S, it will only be people who have not yet testified that will be eligible to testify on the continued public hearing on the 21st. Is there any further discussion on the motion to continue the public hearing to the 21st? Seeing and hearing none, seeking unanimous consent to continue the public hearing to the 21st. Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, this item is continued to the 21st. All right. We are going to take a 5-minute, and I really mean 5-minute break. Just a minute. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get restarted. Because it is the night of late on the table items, we have one more. It is supplemental to 10G 9. It's AO 2024-105S4, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly proposing a tax revenue diversification member to be submitted to the qualified voters of the municipality. So it is the S4 version. It is now laid on the table as supplemental. All right, with that, we'll return back to our agenda. We are on item 14F. Resolution number AR 2024-365, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting the Municipality of Anchorage's Public Transportation Agency Safety Plan. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Boland. Would anyone wish to speak to the item? Seeing and hearing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
thank you. AR 2024-365 has passed the body. Next, we have AO 2024-116, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly formally dedicating approximately 12 acres of municipal land commonly known as Helen Louise McDowell Sanctuary, located at 4190 Eau Claire Place as municipal parkland subject to certain exceptions. Public hearing on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve the S.
Second.
The S has been moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Voland. Put myself in the queue.
Yes, Ms. Alto?
Thank you. This ordinance dedicates a piece of parkland right along the Seward Highway. It's a companion ordinance into the dedication of the new Seward Buffered Park. The community in Midtown really wants to preserve as parkland any wooded spaces near the highway. And recently, DOT action at 36th and up by Tudor has taken out a number of trees, so there's considerable concern. I know Parks and Rec is working on a larger park dedication project, but given the concerns by the community, I wanted to go ahead and accelerate this one. And thank you for already passing the other one. Trees are hard to come by along the new Seward Highway, and we'd like to save those that we can. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing and hearing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AO 2024-116 has passed the body. Next, we have ordinance number AO 2024-117, an ordinance authorizing the municipality of Anchorage to grant a perpetual non-exclusive telecommunications and electrical easement to Chugach Electric Association, Inc. to install facilities to provide for a new communications tower on municipal property legally described as a portion of Track J, Port of Anchorage subdivision, addition to plat number 2012-19 PID 002-021-50. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Okay. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AO 2024-117 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14I, AO 2024-118, an ordinance authorizing the municipality of Anchorage to grant a perpetual non-exclusive telecommunications and electrical easement to Chugach Electric Association, Inc. to install facilities to provide service to a new community garden at Willowa Park located on municipal property, legally described as portion of Track 3 Subdivision N North 1/2, Northwest 1/4, Section 22, T13 North R3W Plat P-389 PID.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland? Oh, Mr. Martinez. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Ms. Brunga.
Thank you, Chair. I am just concerned with the condition that Willowa Park was this summer, that if there's any possibility it could look that way again. Providing electricity to that area is just going to help perpetuate the RV park that was going on there this summer. I know that the Russian Jack Community Council is so excited about this community gardens possibility and activating that piece of land, but I am hopeful that this piece of land will look much different next summer.
Thank you, Ms. Brunga. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for sharing those concerns. I can't speak to those, but looking at this item, it does look like this is to essentially install underground electrical facilities. So there may be some above ground electrical facilities as well, but it sounds like it says this is for a garden well pump. So hopefully it's not just free electricity, hopefully. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Seeing and hearing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AO 2024-118 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14J, AO 2024-119, an ordinance authorizing the municipality of Anchorage to grant a perpetual non-exclusive telecommunications and electrical easement to Chugach Electric Association, Inc. for an existing transformer on municipal property.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Does anyone wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Seeing and hearing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AO 2024-119 has passed the body. Next, item 14K, AO 2024-120, an ordinance authorizing the municipality of Anchorage to grant a perpetual non-exclusive telecommunications and electrical easement to Chugach Electric Association to underground overhead facilities and connect Fire Station 3 electrical service to existing facilities on municipal property.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Does anyone wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Voland and seconded by Ms. Brawley. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Anyone at all? All right. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AO 2024-120 has passed the body. Next, item 14L, ordinance number AO 2024-124, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapters 3.95 and 2.20 to establish the Assembly and Legislative Branch Records and Information Management Program. Public testimony on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Voland. And I would be happy to speak to the S version.
Let's go ahead, Chair Salatel.
Thank you. So this is a cleanup we did in the legislative branch, and really efforts spearheaded by the clerk's office. The S version reflects some changes that were agreed upon, that were suggested by the administration, and it gives really effectuates the policy decision to provide that the administration's record and information management program was advisory to our Assembly and Legislative Branch, and this establishes that distinct record and information management program and the reasonable rules pursuant to AS 40.25.110. Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just to confirm that, and you spoke to this really, that the administration manages a lot of the public records for the municipality, but there are distinct records that are in the legislative branch. And I think this might actually be a question for the clerk. Just what are some general examples of that? We have our Assembly Documents portal, I believe, and just what are the other types of records that this, this policy would cover? Thanks.
Through the chair, off the top of my head, applications for Board of Equalization, legal opinions from the from counsel's office. I mean, it's many of the same types of records that the administration has in certain realms, but just on the assembly side.
All right, thank you.
All right, any further discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the S version.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
AO 2024-124S has passed the body. Next, we have item 14M, ordinance number AO 2024-125, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to submit a ballot proposition at the April 1, 2025 election to qualified voters of the municipality, a charter amendment to change the term of elected officials.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone wish to speak? All right, come on up, state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Mike Edgington from the southern part of District 6. I'm going to say the word Girdwood once during this testimony, and I just said it. There is much I like about this ordinance. In particular, I see a very good argument for reducing costs by having effectively a municipal election every other year. I think 4-year terms are probably fine from this perspective, at least for school board and assembly members. Not quite so sure about elected service area members. While I see a strong argument for elections every other year, I do not understand the justification for moving them to November. We have a postal system, so it's not the same kind of system at all as the state runs. I see more opportunity for confusion than benefit. Following up on testimony I gave on another item, I think this would be the perfect opportunity if the charter is being amended to also look at introducing ranked choice voting or indeed instant runoff as part of this change and process. That's it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edgington. We have a couple of questions for you. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, thank you. And I recognize you're not testifying on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, but since you are a GBOS member, I just have a question. What is the length of your terms, and kind of how are there GBOS members on the ballot every year? Can you just describe kind of the general flow of your elections as one service area?
In the case of GBOS, General Service Area, we have people on the ballot. We have 5 members. 2 are on the ballot in 2 years, 1 on the ballot the next year. So there is someone on the ballot every year. Okay. And we have 3-year terms.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Edgington. Anyone else in chambers wish to speak? All right, we have 1 phone participant. If we could please call.
League of Women Voters, this is Pat.
Hi, Pat. This is Meg Zalatel with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on ordinance number 2024-125 about ballot proposition for a charter amendment to change the term of elected officials. You have signed up for public testimony. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Pat Redmond. I am a 50-plus year resident of Anchorage. First of all, I want to say that I strongly oppose this proposed ordinance. For those of you who may not remember, the election was moved to April because of the conflicts with the November election and the confusion that it created among the people who often just didn't vote in November or didn't vote in October because we were having a November election. The state uses in-person voting. The municipality is a by-mail election. This also causes confusion. We know that the amount of education we had to do for this year's November election was partially to remind people that it was an in-person election and not a by-mail election, to encourage people to get out to go to their precincts. So to combine the two would be very difficult. Election workers who work for are often the same people. The state has election workers that work in person in the precincts, but they also have people who do other functions. Many of these people also do work for the city during the municipal election in the spring. While that might not be, it's not the same as the in-person, but there is a number of positions that are needed on election day and before and after. This would create, it's difficult now to get people to work for the elections, to find enough people for either the April election or the November election, and this would create a further difficulty in getting election workers. As far as the cost of the election, it's not going to make much difference, and the fact that we would move to 4-year terms, that could be difficult for recruiting people to run for the assembly or school board, because this once they've run for a term, they want to reconsider whether or not they want to run for a second term, and that's a long time, and you all know how much work you have to put in. So that's not a good idea. And let's see, there was one other thing. Running for the terms. The turnout for a November election is high during presidential years and gubernatorial years. The turnout for municipal elections is comparable for mayoral years.
Thank you for
versus assembly
your
years.
testimony. Your time is up. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Right, would anyone else wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, Mr. Solt. Mr. Solt?
Sorry, I missed that. Move to continue public testimony to the meeting of January 7th.
Second. A motion to continue public testimony to the meeting of January 7th has been made by Mr. Solt and seconded by Ms. Brawley. Would you like to speak to that, Mr. Solt?
No, just want to continue it to allow more testimony from the public, and then we'll make a decision on the 7th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Voland?
Thank you. I think I'm going to oppose the motion. I'm ready to vote on this tonight and take action. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Bronga?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, is this meant, maybe Mr. Solt has the answer for me, is it meant to be a companion to 10G6 that you would like to see both happen, or neither, or are you contemplating those two actions individually?
I'm sorry, which one was 10G6?
The 10G6 that we put to January 7th, I think was vote by mail elections program.
Ms. Bronga, may the clerk weigh in on your question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, the 10G6 is to renew the lease of the election center.
So I'm saying the wrong one. Whatever earlier in the meeting, Randy, Mr. Solt moved to January 7th, the testimony. I don't know what that one was.
Ms. Bronga, he mentioned in his report that he was intending to move this one to January 7th.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yep. All right. Mr. Bookman.
I would say that there's no reason that this should be postponed. Seems like there's more than enough information already here to come to a consensus, and overwhelmingly it seems to be that the youth in general and also this assembly in general should be in favor of this. If it will increase voter turnout, if it will reduce costs, then that is objectively a good result. From the youth perspective in Anchorage, the majority of the time, for instance, seniors that have just turned 18 will not bother to vote unless it's a presidential year. I've seen this at my high school, in fact, when I directly saw an increase in 2024 compared to the years before that. This is an essential measure that should be taken immediately. Postponing it to January 7th is necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Bookman. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. Yeah, I think We are in a little bit of a challenging spot right now because we have not closed the public hearing to my knowledge. This is simply to postpone it, so I want to make sure that we don't get into debate. But I would suggest that I guess the way I'm looking at it, as a courtesy to the sponsor of this item, I am happy to support postponement to the next meeting. That is not speaking to my feelings about this particular item, but that was the request. So at least for me, I'm willing to uphold that. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the motion to continue the public hearing to January 7th? Seeing and hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 9-2 and the youth member votes
No?
no, the item is continued for public hearing on January 7th. Next, we have item 14N, resolution number AR 2024-371, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating when tendered $1,935,196.18 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities as a transfer of responsibilities and appropriating $81,631.20 as a transfer from the 2024 operating budget area-wide general fund, all to the state grant fund as a local match for the transit marketing and rideshare program.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Does anyone wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Brawley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Voland. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Seeing and hearing no discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes,
Yes?
AR 2024-371 has passed the body. As we get ready to turn to the 15s, I want to take a moment to wish Mr. Bookman and the rest of our youth reps a happy new year, and we'll see you in the new year. Thank you. All right. We now have before us item 15A. These matters typically involve alcohol or marijuana licenses. So 15A is resolution number AR 2024-382, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place license 5911 for Darshan LLC DBA Mandala Restaurant.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion? Ms. Bronga.
I'm sorry, I have to ask another question. So what is the difference between this 15A that we are allowing public testimony and 10B1 where we had all of the marijuana license renewals? What made these ones different in the 15, this one different in the 15? Why, I just don't know why they're in different areas.
Madam Clerk.
State law requires that protests be public hearings, and so this is a conditional protest on this license, and so the, for reasons that were stated in the document itself. So it isn't just allow the renewal to go through, it's a conditional protest so that they will take care of the items needed, and once the items are taken care of, then the clerk has the authority to allow the processing of the license to continue.
I just, before, it seems like you said once they got to this point, they've already been well vetted, and, you know, I've said no on a few of them, like, wait, you're supposed to say yes. So It's good. They've fixed their problem, so that's why they're now in the 15s. And, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I thought I'd add something I hope is helpful. During the clerk's process, when they receive from the state a notice that there's a license, a liquor license or marijuana license for renewal or transfer, so forth, the clerks has a process where they check with all our departments, has this applicant paid their taxes? Do they have special land use permit in place? Do they have an inspection that the building's a safe place for people to convene and so forth? And if there's no issues and no community council is contacted and asked for a protest, and there's nothing, no issue at all, then we put it in the 10Bs. And so there's usually no issue that comes up. Sometimes they're behind on their taxes and they end up in the 15s, or there's other issues. They haven't finished their special land use permit process. Then they end up in the 15s. And oftentimes the applicant resolves the issues before the meeting night tonight.
All right.
Not always.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. All right, anything further? Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Rivera?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, resolution number AR 2024-382 has passed the body. We are now on to audience participation. We're going to start. We have one person on the phone. Go ahead and call that individual.
Hello?
Hi, Sherry. This is Meg Zalatel calling from the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You may have 3 minutes if we'd like to go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sherry Strezak. I am from District 2. My representatives are Mr. Littlefield and Mr. Myers. It may seem with the current presidential election being over that we can let our guard down. However, now is the best time to address election integrity. One of the ways that we can bring back faith in our system with the electoral process is by considering hand counting ballots. Hand counting ballots will restore our faith in elections. In 2016, Democrats were concerned that the election was stolen when Donald Trump won the presidential election. Then in 2020, the tables were turned when Republicans were concerned that the election was stolen when Biden was elected into office. We must also be concerned with electrical outages and other issues, including internet outages such as several that have happened in Sitka. Sitka had problems with their underwater fiber optic cables in 2016, 2017, and most recently, the internet was down for a period of 2.5 weeks, beginning on August 29, 2024, again due to the underwater fiber optics cables. Now many folks are concerned about an EMP attack, and with all the activity we have with the drones on the East Coast, it seems that people are concerned about the purpose of the drones. Internet outages, machines counting votes, EMP attacks, drones, terroristic activities are issues that undermine the people's trust in our election process. All these issues strike at the heart of election integrity. So I ask you, the Assembly, how do we restore that trust? I think if we take a look at it now, early on, we can come up with an ordinance that institutes hand counting of ballots. Hand counting serves several purposes, not only just election integrity, but it helps to bring our community together. I can only speak for myself, but I have a lot more faith in my fellow man hand counting ballots next to me versus relying on a machine that doesn't think but rather follows a program. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else in chambers like to participate? Anyone at all? Please come forward. Hello. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you're from.
Hello. My name is Miss O'Neill, and I am from Eagle River. 52 homeless died last year, and so far this year there's been 47. The homeless are rent increases without wage increases. They are medical debt, the medically discharged and nowhere to go, or medical travel, then stranded. Homeless are your elderly discharged from nursing homes due to inability to afford, and there are homeless that experience losses not easy to recover from. People, situations are not the same. Growth and coping strategies are unique. Perceptions, how one proceeds in this world, greatly depends on knowledge, one's mental and emotional makeup, all built upon a sum of unique experiences. Any observer of the poor, destitute, and or homeless, one should not, with such limited insight, such as seeing only external factors, surmise, judge the worth of a fellow human being. There are too many unknowns, and things like disability and disabled status in society all depend on resources available to them. Disabilities, even as obvious as being wheelchair-bound, yet remained unseen here until their death, so limited in perspective to their mobility needs during this winter. Generalizing the poor to rationalize looking away, delay help, or assign blame should never be an option, yet it is. Keep perspective. The homeless are also with us due to identity theft, wrecked credit, not just misuse or overspending. There are other factors. Think hours cut, rent increases, vehicle repair, medical bills, where car and house payments are delayed, and then late fees that add up. And of course, the number one for homelessness and the creation of the most vulnerable is the lack of availability of affordable housing with fair rental rates that are enforced. You want people to stay, you want people to come here without having basic needs met, undoing your sustainability goals, and creating only a future catalyst. It's important to note, the homeless too often are people waiting for assistance. Many are eligible for, but far many more often do not receive. It never happens. Do people really think that all eligible receive, or that all that receive even qualify? Reality. Assistance, despite its multitude of advertised forms, some people time out, waiting, not even told they must redo or resubmit, yet their personal information is used, not always protected, to apply for and gain funds the needy never do see.
Thank you for
The
participating. Your
reality,
time is up.
52 homeless died
Ma'am.
last year, and 47 already so far
Ma'am,
this
your time
year.
is up.
We
Thank
are
you.
responsible for
Could
the
you please
preventable
stop?
death. We are responsible for preventable death.
Thank you.
Do you understand?
Thank you.
Do you?
Point of order.
We're done. Thank you.
While you celebrate, remember, people
Ma'am,
are cold and hungry and
you
pain and may
have had your
die.
time.
What will you
Please
do
stop.
while you're celebrating? You think of them. You pray for them.
Would anyone else like to participate? Please come on down if you're planning on participating. Please state, turn the microphone first back on. Green button. On the base of the microphone.
There
All
we
right,
go.
step one. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Meg. Jamie Lopez, East Anchorage, formerly Coalition, formerly homeless.
Please pull the mic up.
Oh, whoops.
There you go.
Okay, start again. Jamie Lopez, East Anchorage, formerly Coalition, formerly homeless. Largely unprepared remarks today. Probably won't be as eloquent as the last speaker. She usually speaks well, and I'm channeling my inner Eric Glatt here when I say people need places to go, and they don't have them, and that is why we have a large amount of people across Anchorage in trees, in tents, in holes sometimes, and I've seen it all. Maybe not quite everything, but I've seen a lot. And so the reason I came up here today was largely because of comments regarding AO 2024 114, which was about, not that one. AO 2024-116, the 12 acres of municipal land, and there were comments made about, a camp at New Seward and 36th and deforestation. I don't know, I guess when you're dealing with, either getting frostbite or something else, is the tree more important? Is the human life more important? And, there's that. I'll give you another example. Gentleman who was at Cuddy Park, he'd previously been at Tent City. That got abated. He goes over to Cuddy Park. He's there for the better part of the winter. And, I was taking food to him, along with other things. And when Cuddy got abated, he basically naturally ends up one block east because he has nowhere to go. Then he's there. Fairbank Street gets abated. He goes 6 blocks north to 33rd. He has no place to go. And then that place gets abated. And then he goes up the Muldoon area, and it didn't get abated, but he got pushed out. And he ended up at Willowall Park. And so naturally, he had no place left to go. And from there, Willowall got abated, and now he's over at Davis Park. And so this is a cycle of trauma over and over and over on people with no place to go. And they're largely not getting the help that they need to be able to get out of this poverty trap. And so you have to keep people alive long enough to get the housing that is promised, which may take up to 10 years, even though it's a 5-year plan. I'll give you another example. So I volunteered a lot of pantries around town. I was lucky enough to get a voucher. I don't take it lightly, and that's why I continue to take food to people. And so I was volunteering at a pantry earlier tonight. A woman came up to me. I was just briefly discussing various things, and she told me she'd been outside 10 years. And I've come across some people that have been outside decades, and so it's not an average of 3 years. It's a long, long period of time. And she's been trying to get housed for a while, and she still can't get housing, but she's been promised it for a long period of time. And there are lots of things regarding this topic about people being stuck in this perpetual state of purgatory, but obviously this isn't the forum. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your participation. Anyone else wish to participate? Anyone at all? All right. With that, we will move to member comments. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No comments. Thanks, everyone. Well, maybe one comment. Hope everyone has a happy set of holidays, whatever holidays you celebrate, and be safe. I'll see you in the new year.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Solt.
No comment other than Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Ms. Baranga?
No comment.
Thank you, Ms. Baranga. Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today would have been my grandma, I call her Gran, would have been her 94th birthday. However, she passed away on December the 13th. And just want to honor her memory. She was very rooted, her and her husband, Rick, who is still living and did a wonderful job taking care of her in her final days. They are very active members of their community in Bellingham, big supporters of the Whatcom County Museum, the Bellingham Technical College, and the Mount Baker Theater. And growing up, I just learned a lot from them, both about civic engagement and what it means to be truly rooted in your community and giving back as well. So I thank her for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley?
Thanks. Well, condolences to Mr. Voland and your family. Also, this weekend, it was mentioned earlier by the folks who presented from the skaters group that this Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m. is the Winter Solstice Festival hosted by the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department at Midtown Cuddy Park. I look forward to that event. I'll be volunteering there. And also just wanted to say happy holidays to everybody. But before that, also reminding members there is a special meeting, so this is not technically the last meeting of the year, but it's close. A special meeting on Thursday at City Hall, just very briefly to take care of a couple items. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Johnson?
Happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Happy holidays, and see everyone tomorrow and Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Littlefield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wishing everybody a Merry Christmas and see you real soon.
Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to extend my appreciation to my colleagues for working with such passion and dedication, and with the administration, thank you for coming alongside this assembly this year and helping all of us get the city back on track. I look forward to carrying this momentum into the new year, and I wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and Happy Holidays if you celebrate them, and I'm looking forward to celebrating Kwanzaa with my community as well. So thank you all, and safe travels this holiday season.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Myers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think everyone pretty well summed it up. Merry Christmas. Happy
All
New
right.
Year.
Thank you. I have asked if the clerk can send out an email just reminding everyone that there is the special meeting on Thursday and the quorum requirements for in-person participation. So just look for that. And yeah, wishing the public Happy Christmas and Happy New Year and Happy Holidays. And we'll see you next January for our next regular scheduled meeting if you aren't attending our business before that. Thank you. We'll be adjourned.